It appears they have persistent free cash flow. Is this the opportunity, Chris, that you didn't have when they're trading at 70 times PE?
Well, they're still pretty rich, Tom. But you said it at the beginning. They've got free cash flow and they've got real earnings. That's the difference between, 01, 02 and the internet bubble and now. So these are real stocks. They do have long, but I think Wall Street, like always, overshot. They got overexcited about AI. We're starting to see uptake. It's slow. It has some profound implications, but it's over a long time period. It's not just revenue now. So, I think that people have to take a decision about how to buy those stocks. And do you buy all 7? I doubt it. You buy a few of them, or you index. And you know me, I like indexing. So I just buy the whole market and trade with it.
Hey, Chris, I know you host a every other month call with some of these leading global CIOs. How do some of the non-U.S. money managers view what's happening here in the U.S. here? Do they see it as a buying opportunity, or are they kind of fretful here?
They're applauding. I talked to a lot of people up in Canada, in Australia, New Zealand, and in the EU. And they don't have a home country bias. They are truly global in their portfolio, but they're happy to finally see some diversification and some improvement because they have real assets often in their home country. And their currency is a big focus. So the weakness in the dollar that's forecast is a huge trade for them. And they see this as a bigger opportunity in their portfolios finally to diversify away from the USA.
And what we do on Bloomberg Surveillance, folks, is to talk to somebody with a lot of experience about the marketing moment we're in. Paul, it's been at least a huge 2-year bull market, right?
Yeah, and it's been driven along.
So what do you do for scared people?
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming right now on Rumble and YouTube. YouTube has the dashboard of the market live stream. I also am simulcasting on X Spaces. I will be setting up the live stream on my website shortly here. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by making sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It is important that you subscribe to all those channels. I do get strikes on YouTube, so I have to switch which channel I'm live streaming on. So it's very important that you subscribe to all my channels. In addition, please help support my work. All these videos that I'm doing are for free. I have thousands of videos for free covering many different topics: international news, domestic news, scientific endeavors, health and wellness, the economy and finance. It's all for free. Please help support my work by donating or being a paid member to Patreon. To be a paid member to Patreon, just click the link below in the description box and you can be a paid member to Patreon. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. It's through the donations and the people that purchase my products that allows me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. So please help support my work. The ones that have joined on X Spaces, if you'd like to ask a question during the broadcast, you're live on Rumble and YouTube. Please feel free to ask questions or give me your opinion about what's going on in the news. This is an interactive show, so type in your comments, ask for the mic on X Spaces, and join the conversation. All right, with that said, please help support my work by getting the products that I have on my store. A great product that I have on my store is the Structural Nano Silver Soaps. These are soaps that I use. You can get them in peppermint, lavender. You can also get it in charcoal tea tree and in lemongrass. So please get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health and wellness. It's a win-win situation. You're helping support the channel and the work that I do, and I'm showing you the path to health and wellness. With that said, let's talk about the market here. We have already opened for the New York session, and the S&P 500 is trading at 5,606. The VIX index is trading at 22.31. The Euro USD is trading at 1.07. Oil is trading at $72.04 a barrel. So oil is up compared to yesterday's trading. BITO, Bitcoin ETF long, is trading at 18.26. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 149.5. So we do have some stress in the market right now, and oil is elevated. So right now the S&P 500 is down just about 5 points at the moment. Okay, let's go to Bloomberg, and then we're going to cover some of the news that has been breaking through the last 24 hours.
There today, just really can't say enough. More than 1 year into this grand Bloomberg experiment, just humbled by what we're doing with Bloomberg podcasts, including what Tracy and Joe are doing over at Odd Lots, the new stock movers.
David Gurr is coming right into the Big Take podcast. Yeah. David Gurr is out there.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gurr. Where's Gurr?
No, he's just out. He's chasing news.
He's on tour somewhere, playing violin. It's Bloomberg surveillance.
All right, so they're on break here. There's a confirmation hearing for Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, retired Air Force Lieutenant Kane. But I don't think I'm going to go to that at the moment. Military expert reveals that he thinks is Russia's biggest weakness in Ukraine. Let's go to that. This is CNN here.
This is more than exercise equipment. This is a stress reducer, a wellness retreat, a release valve.
Tonight, Putin preparing for more fighting as he orders the largest military draft in nearly a decade. Putin is calling up 160,000 more Russian citizens to his military. That is the largest conscription in Russia in at least 8 years. And the numbers are really incredible. We just went back and looked at this. Get ready for this. Putin's army has grown from 1 million to 1.5 million people in his military. 1 to 1.5 million. So right now, Putin's army is 50% bigger than the night before he invaded Ukraine. He's added 500,000 more people into his military. This is stunning when you consider how many people are dying a month on his front line.
This is a little, let me give you my take on this. This is a little scary because at first, the news seemed as though there was going to be a de-escalation of the Ukrainian war, and that Trump could be the negotiator, the arbitrator between the two parties when you compare Trump to Biden, all right? But in the recent last 72 hours or so, Putin and Trump do not seem to be seeing things eye to eye on this. And I think Putin is making a serious mistake and not de-escalating the war, and that this could get even worse. And if Putin does not, now again, I have said on many shows that I think that the start of the war was because of NATO expansion, that it was Western alliances that really started this whole multi-decade problem. But if Putin doesn't take the off-ramp on this, it means that the United States is going to have to dig in with Ukraine and fight Russia. This could lead to World War III, if not carefully navigated through the minefields of this. Putin is making a huge mistake and not taking the off ramp and de-escalating the war there, because he is actually, if these reports are true, and what Trump said, where the negotiations don't seem to be moving forward with Putin, then the United States may need to go to war with Russia, not just as a proxy war, but a real war. Putin is playing a dangerous game here. It is shocking to me that he didn't take the off-ramp that Trump gave him. Now, why is that? Is it that there's some politics behind the scenes that Putin's worried about? I don't know. I don't know, but it doesn't seem rational that Putin would not take the off-ramp. What's really going on? Maybe the news that we're hearing is wrong. Maybe it's disinformation. I don't know. But if it is true that he didn't take the off-ramp from Trump, then it's increased the probability that the United States will go to war with Russia, and it's not going to be a proxy war. It's going to be a real war, which is very scary.
Increase, right? Largest conscription in 8 years, military 50% bigger than before the war. Trump is taking Putin at his word still that he wants the war to end, which may be part of why Russian TV is now mocking Trump. We were a great country before America was even discovered as a continent. Not to mention, before America became a nation. Could we imagine, as the New York Times admits, that we would fight America in a war and win? Now we're doing it every day. Dan Rice is out front now. He is the former special advisor to the commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed forces. Also, of course, himself spent time in Iraq and now a lot here in Ukraine. Dan, I want to ask you about Putin's draft because the numbers are just so stunning. First, though, I want to begin with something that happened here just in these past hours. A strike in Ukraine this weekend, attacks in restaurants in the city of Dnipro. We're showing images of it now. You were actually there, physically there, and you say it was your closest call that you've had in years. At this point in the war, what happened?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Aaron. And yeah, it's incredible that every night that Russian terrorists continue to terrorize Ukraine all across the country. I was in Dnipro, which is a beautiful city down south from Kyiv and close to the front lines. And we were attacked by Russian Shaheeds. Those are the Iranian-supplied drones that attacked the city and hit all civilian targets. Like, it's ridiculous. These are just terrorists. The Russians hit the several restaurants and a military hospital they were targeting, and it was a pretty massive attack. We were very close.
And this is as there's some sort of a whatever, and how many quotes you can put around the words ceasefire, but this is what's going on just here in these past hours. And in that context, Dan, let me ask you about what we are learning today, that Putin is ordering 160,000 more troops to come into his military. That's an increase from last year in his conscription, and that his military overall is 500,000 more people now than it was in February of 2022 before he invaded Ukraine itself. So what is the state of the Russian military right now?
Yeah, it's incredible, Aaron. I mean, this is Putin is accelerating the buildup of men, arms, munitions, and is on war footing. 40% of the GDP of Russia is now going to weapons. It's not going to stop just at Ukraine. I mean, there's a very serious concern that it will continue on to other countries: Moldova, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. That's why they are all arming. That's why they are. This is a very serious situation. Russia is losing a tremendous amount of soldiers. First, they lost a lot of the Wagner group, which were just mercenaries, and nobody in Russia cared about them. Then they lost all of their prisoners that they euthanized, basically. They took all their prisoners. Nobody cared about them. Now they're losing Russian soldiers, and that actually has an impact on the Russian population. They care about their own people, obviously. So you're starting to see, but they're drafting more and more Russians, and so that has an impact. And the Russians are losing right now about 45,000 casualties per month, which is killed and wounded, an enormous amount every month. And Ukraine is increasing that number by killing and wounding more and more Russians, but it's an enormous number.
It's enormous, and of course, as awful as it is to hear all of that, then you just start looking at the map and how Putin can actually manage to get all these more young men. That there are more people in Russia. Putin's closest advisor, Alexander Dugin, he's been referred to as Putin's brain. He's been incredibly influential in this war. He now says Putin is going to launch hypersonic missile strikes on Kyiv to, quote, destroy everything and everyone. Now, he's talking about if the ceasefire gets violated, whatever this ceasefire actually is. So when Putin says, Dan, that he is open to negotiations for a peace deal, in the context of a military that's 50% bigger than it was before this war, does anyone in Ukraine take that seriously?
I mean, everybody in Ukraine knows you can't trust the Russians. You haven't been able to trust the Russians for 300 years, never mind the last 30 years. They violated every single ceasefire, every single agreement. The Russians, basically, at this point, in my opinion, every war boils down to political, military, and economic issues. The biggest thing for the Russians right now is their economic weakness. They have an Achilles heel. Their weakness is their economy. And right now, I think President Trump is going for the economy. And so Russia is running out of money. They started the war off with $109 billion in reserves. They're almost out of money. And they're losing about $15 billion a month. So Ukrainians follow this incredibly closely. Everything from the Russian economy to the American diplomacy to the Ukrainian situation on the military front. But I think everybody knows that the Russian economy is facing a very big challenge, and that's where the West has to stick together. We will win this.
All right, Dan, thank you very much.
Retired General Wesley Clark is a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. He's also the founder of Renew America Together. Thank you, General, for joining us.
Thank you.
So, as Donald Trump...
Do I know the way? What do I know?
Just a reminder for the audience. We're live streaming on Rumble and on YouTube. YouTube has the dashboard of the market real time. I'm also simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have questions, please type them in the chat. Or if you're on X Spaces, just ask for the mic and you can ask a question or just tell me your opinion about what's going on in the news. This is an interactive show. Thank you for joining. Let's continue.
Trump increases his effort to find a path to peace in Ukraine. He's now getting uncharacteristically tough on Russia's Vladimir Putin, threatening secondary sanctions if Putin doesn't get serious about a ceasefire. Why the sudden change in tone, do you think, and will it work on Putin?
Well, I think he realizes that what's being played out is a typical, what was a former Soviet and now a Russian play, which is basically it's a follow-on from what the great German philosopher Clausewitz said. He said, war is politics by other means. And so you fight, you talk, you use diplomacy, you use your combat, and you work to accomplish your objective. And Putin's objective isn't to stop the fighting. If he wanted to stop the fighting, he could do that immediately. All he had to do is stop fighting. Just tell him to pull back, tell him to stop firing artillery and lobbing drones and missiles in. No, he wants Ukraine. And so the talks are another avenue to put pressure on the government in Kyiv, on the allies, and on the United States. I think President Trump is finally starting to see this. He's going to put a little bit of pressure on Putin, but saying that you're angry and threatening sanctions, that's not real pressure yet.
So would you suggest he applies the pressure through sanctions now?
Well, yes, sanctions now, but I think also you have to do more to support Kyiv militarily. Ultimately, Putin's in this to win, and you won't get the agreement that's a stable peace so long as Mr. Putin believes he's winning and can win if he persists. So it's not just a matter of the sanctions. Putin's done pretty well at dealing with sanctions. He's got strong support from China. They're putting in all the industrial equipment he needs. He's working his military-industrial complex 24/7. These other stands in Central Asia they're bringing in U.S. and European electronics and other things, and then passing them right to the Russians. So those sanctions aren't working that well. And so saying you're going to put secondary sanctions on oil, sure. Everything helps. Put it on and give Kyiv more military assistance.
I was against the escalation in Ukraine. I think that it was decades in the making because of NATO expansion to the east. But if Russia is not willing to take the off-ramp that Trump gave him and create a lasting peace in that region and allow for economic integration with Russia and the Western countries, then we need to escalate the war and knock Putin out. Because if you give a peace branch and the person is not, and that person isn't taking it, then they're not negotiating in goodwill. All right, and because of that, even though we created the problem with NATO expansion, if Putin is not taking the off ramp, we may need to escalate this war. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 14 or the Max 35. This will help to boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle with it about 20 seconds, and swallow it. You're going to improve your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. You're going to help with your epithelial lining and that mucosal barrier. So you're going to improve you're going to boost up your immune system. All right. The Max 14 or the Max 35 is something that I take every day. All right. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. And then once you feel better, go back to your maintenance dose. It's the first pillar of a 4-pillar core protocol. The first pillar is the Max 35 or the Max 14 to boost up your immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system. And the fourth pillar is to take Boomer Boost, which boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. That is a great core to slow down the aging process, to have more energy, and to boost up your immune system. It's all about boosting up your immune system. If you look at people that are older, their energy levels go down, so their ATP goes down. They have atrophy, muscular atrophy. They have negative neuroplasticity, so their neurons are receding. All right, their immune system is lower, and their building up of free radicals increases. So if you target these issues on a regular basis when you're younger, before you get into your geriatrics, then you are mitigating the problems that you'll have when you're older. It's really simple. It's about prevention, all right? So it's a holistic approach. It's not just about supplementation. It's about proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, training your mind, learn new things. If you haven't learned let's say a musical instrument, or you used to when you're younger and you just stopped, learn some piano or learn the cello or learn the violin or the guitar. And that just kinematics of your body and you moving your different parts of your body in coordination with an instrument actually is helping your brain. And if you're reading the actual notes, there's two types of musicians, ones that just play by ear or ones that play by a scale with notes on a piece of paper. But if you're playing with the notes on a piece of paper, you're also learning to read again the actual notes of that instrument. So that's helping with neuroplasticity. You don't really realize it, but you're actually stimulating your ear. All right, you're stimulating those neurons that are taking in signals. All right, so you're stimulating that CN8, cranial nerve 8, and you're stimulating your different muscles for hand and eye coordination. So that's a great way to improve your mind, add to that neuroplasticity. You look at children that actually learn how to play an instrument and and they put some time into it and they've done it for a few years, they usually do better in school compared to someone that doesn't, right? That's just a broad brush observation, but there is something to learn new things. The whole point here is to learn new things, right? Learning an instrument or learning a new subject matter. Let's say you really liked history and you majored it in college, let's say. Well, you know a lot about history, but why not learn something about science or learn something about physics and learn something totally new? And that's going to help with that neuroplasticity. So it's a holistic approach. Proper sleep, learning new things, proper supplementation, proper diet, proper exercise. All these things work in tandem holistically to improve your health. There's no one magic bullet. There's no take this and everything's going to be fine. If anyone tells you that, they're lying. If someone says just do meditation and you're going to be so much more spiritual and your health will, be so much more improved. Spirituality is important. Calming the body down and putting it into parasympathetic, very important. But there are a lot of fat Buddhas out there. That means that they have diabetes. All right? The point I'm making is that it's a holistic approach. There's not one modality that you focus on. There's lots of modalities that you need to focus on because they're synergistic. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14 or the Max 35. Anyone that purchases $150 or more from my store, you will get a free gift. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but anyone that purchases $150 or more on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, you're going to get a free gift until supplies last. But please help support my work and listen to the protocol. This holistic protocol does work. It's something that I do. And the ones that have been watching me for years have noticed that I'm aging very slowly. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 on any order and you get $5 off. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
After their initial public offering, Newsmax, the bottom line, $171 million in revenue last year. The shares right now are up another 92%. The company's market value in the multi-billion, something like 16 billion at last count.
Media's coming back, baby.
Well, maybe. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy Monday. Just kidding. It's Tuesday.
Okay, what I want to do is go to Fox Business. This is General, I think it's Keane, talking about Putin.
I think he's going to live up to what he told me, and I think he's going to fulfill his part of the deal. Now, then you have Zelensky, and hopefully he's going to live up. I see he's trying to renegotiate the rare earth.
That was President Trump with reporters yesterday in the Oval Office. The Kremlin says it's working on a peace deal with Ukraine. After a weekend report that Trump was upset, angry with Putin for not moving in the right direction on a peace deal. Putin, meanwhile, has ordered 160,000 more troops to mobilize this week. Ukraine's President Zelensky claims Russia is dragging out the peace process in order to grab more land. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, back with me. General, great to see you. Assess this situation for us. How do you see it?
Great seeing you. Yeah, well, I think it's coming clearer into view what Putin is doing. It's an old Russian playbook that he's involved in here, which is, say you're interested in the ceasefire, interested in a peace agreement, but then throw a lot of obstacles and delays into that process. I mean, we're still negotiating the conditions of the original energy ceasefire, as well as some of the conditions for the Black Sea ceasefire. And the latest thing that Putin has thrown on the table is he wants some sanction relief before the Black Sea ceasefire is completed, much less go to the permanent ceasefire or a deal itself. So we're a long way away from all of that. The Trump team has come back from multiple sessions, obviously with the Russians, with the same skepticism that with no one certain that Putin is really serious about the ultimate objective of a peace agreement. That is where the president is, and it's certainly what are their options now? So they're looking at getting tough with Putin over a couple things. One is imposing some pretty tough sanctions on him, and the president has talked about that largely in the oil industry. And secondly, outgun Ukraine. And Putin will notice and care more about what happens on that battlefield than he will about sanctions. They believe they can manipulate around sanctions, Maria, and they have the evidence to prove it. But that battlefield really makes a difference to him. So that's what's in front of the president. He's got some decisions to make here, given where Putin is. And this is typical of what we have seen in Putin's behavior for a number of years.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly feels like he's just playing everybody, playing the president, playing the administration in terms of what he's going to do here. And then there's Iran, the supreme leader of Iran responding to President Trump's announcement that he could impose additional sanctions and his threats to bomb Tehran if a nuclear deal is not reached. Here's the Khomeini's comment, quote, "They threaten to attack us, which we don't think is very probable. But if they commit any mischief, they will surely receive a strong reciprocal blow." General, your reaction?
Yeah, well, that's typical of the Iranian response. I mean, they obviously threatened military action. They did the same with Israel. You notice that since Israel attacked them some months ago, they haven't responded to that attack. And that attack took away their air defense systems, 80% of their rockets and missiles, a quite significant attack. And what has the Israelis achieved as a result of that? It's called deterrence. And that is what we're about here. And the Iranian leadership, as we've said, are back on their heels in a way we haven't seen in 44 years. And President Trump is holding all the cards here, Maria. He's given them an ultimatum: stand your and dismantle your nuclear program, date certain verification process in place. You don't do that, the consequences are clear. The supreme leader is threatening that they would attack U.S. bases if you do something like that. Yeah. I don't believe we're going to be the least bit intimidated by that. And we've got to keep our focus on what we really want here.
Yeah.
A nuclear enterprise completely dismantled.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, President Trump has been using some, really harsh words recently. Hell is going to break out. And, if you don't do this, all hell will break loose. And, if something has to happen soon. He said a few of these things recently. And I'm wondering if this is really coming to a head right now, General. Do you believe that Israel will try to, destroy Iran's nuclear armament, and the U.S. would be supportive of that? I'm sure the U.S. would be supportive of it, but do you expect something to blow here and come to a head soon?
Yeah, I do. I think we're just weeks away from this.
Yeah.
And the president's on record. He's had multiple conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu over this. They're on the same page. Netanyahu is supporting the president's coercive diplomacy here. They're trying to get the Iranians to voluntarily dismantle their program. If they don't do it, it'll be an Israeli-led, U.S.-supported strike on the Iranian nuclear enterprise. It's multiple sites. It's not an easy target. It's complicated. Some of it is deeply buried, 250 feet down into the ground. We have the capability to deal with that. We can put this program back on its heels for years. That's the reality of what's in front of us. And yes, it's coming to a decision pretty soon.
Yeah, it feels that way. Then there's China. This story about the ports is just fascinating to me. Now, China is delaying Hong Kong-based company CK Hutchison's plan to sell the 43 ports, including those 2 ports near the Panama Canal, to BlackRock and the BlackRock-led group. Xi Jinping reportedly angry over this sale. Li Ka-shing, of course, is the head of CK Hutchison. He does the deal with BlackRock to sell the ports. President Trump was happy about it, given the fact that, it's an American company as opposed to having to deal with the Chinese at the Panama Canal. Every sign was in Chinese, President Trump told us. Your reaction to now China getting involved, saying, wait a minute, we don't want this sale to go through.
Yeah, for China to impose one of their regulatory agencies on a deal like this in Hong Kong, even though they have control of Hong Kong, obviously, is kind of unprecedented. What's really going on here? China doesn't like the image it's portraying here. Those 2 ports and the Panama Canal have received huge publicity as a result of President Trump resenting the fact that China has, by virtue of owning those ports, one at each end, has control over the Panama Canal when, particularly if conflict breaks out in the Indo-Pacific region where the United States and China are involved with each other. They can do much here to impede the United States. That's it. It becomes a national security issue for the Trump administration. Now China resents the image that's being portrayed that they're losing influence here in Central America. So that's what this is about. It remains to be seen what happens here. I think it's likely the deal will still go through, maybe with some changes in conditions and some likely face-saving thing that'll take place, which is always very important to the Chinese. But we're moving in the right direction here.
Let me just interrupt really quickly here. There's another leg down on the S&P 500. We're at 5,564, and the VIX index has spiked up to 23.38. The USD Japanese yen is trading at 149. It almost has broken the 149 mark. That's showing stress in the market. Bitcoin is tanking right now, and oil right now is trading at 71.61. So at this moment in time, we're seeing more stress in the market here, especially in the currency market, and the S&P 500 is down almost 50 points.
The hands of China. And that's a Trump initiative executed by Rubio, and it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, because these are really important shipping lanes. And that's what China's MO is. They want to dominate all the shipping lanes and the ports that are perhaps even near military installations so that they have clear shipping and trade across the world. And these ports are critical.
Yeah, it's 43 ports actually involved in this $23 billion deal.
Yeah.
So it is pretty significant. And the company, we have a private equity company well known in this country by the name of BlackRock.
Yes.
That's involved in the deal on our side of it. Yeah, so I think this will play out in the next couple of weeks. We'll see what happens here, but it's moving in the right direction in the sense that a U.S. company will gain control of those ports.
General
just remember,
so much.
BlackRock was pushing that whole green agenda. I'm not a big fan of BlackRock. Let's go to Al Jazeera really quickly here. They're talking about,
Victory Day celebrations. These celebrations are taking place on the 9th of May here, and normally they last several days close to this date. While Wang Yi mentioned Putin's visit to China, but the timing hasn't been announced yet. He also highlighted China-Russia cooperation in defeating militarist Japan and Nazi Germany. And Putin said that Russia-China relations are not directed against any other nations. So basically, what we learn is that these countries are going to move forward in strengthening their cooperation. And this particular meeting, which is taking place right now, it follows a different meeting of Vladimir Putin with members of the Russian Security Council. And there, Putin asked Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov to report on how Russia was implementing agreements to stop neutral attacks on energy facilities in Russia and Ukraine. Those agreements were reached about 2 weeks ago during a telephone call between President Putin and Donald Trump. And since then, there have been reports of breaching those agreements in both countries by the report by the defense minister. But the report of the defense minister was also made behind closed doors. The security meeting agenda also included additional measures to combat the terrorist threat in Russia.
China has launched large-scale military exercises around Taiwan involving planes and warships. Beijing says it's a stern warning against the self-governing island's push for independence. China considers Taiwan its territory to be taken by force if necessary. Katrina Yu has this report from Beijing.
China's army, air force, and navy join forces to launch military drills around Taiwan. The Eastern Theater Command says it's closing in on the island from multiple directions, sending a clear message to its democratically elected government. Any push for independence will lead to war.
Their exercise sent a stern warning to the Taiwan authorities. The more they pursue their separatist agenda, the further the People's Liberation Army will advance these actions.
China believes Taiwan is a breakaway province and has not ruled out the use of force to get it back. Beijing says its leader, Lai Ching-te, is a separatist and released propaganda videos calling him a parasite who is poisoning Taiwan. Lai referred to China as a hostile foreign force last month and says Taiwanese people should be free to decide their own fate.
China openly challenges the international order and is widely recognized by the international community as a troublemaker.
Taiwan's military responded by dispatching its own fighter jets. Its navy is tracking the Chinese fleet of more than 10 ships, including aircraft carrier Shandong. Beijing's ramping up of military drills against Taipei includes sending fighter jets and war vessels toward the island nearly every day. Taipei believes the exercises are a show of strength that challenge both Taiwan and the United States. U.S. Defense Chief Pete Hegseth visited Asia last week and said the U.S. would work with regional allies to counter what he described as Chinese aggression. Taipei relies on Washington for its security and has watched nervously as President Donald Trump undermines traditional allies with his America First policy. It's raised questions as to what extent the U.S. will come to Taiwan's aid if China launches an offensive. In a statement, the American Institute in Taiwan said it will continue to support the island and has called the Chinese drills irresponsible threats. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
A gas pipeline has burst on the outskirts of the Malaysian capital, Kuala Lumpur, injuring 33 people. The fire in central Selangor state was visible for kilometers. It spread to several buildings, and efforts are underway to rescue people trapped in their homes. 6 of the wounded have been taken to hospital, and officials say the flow of gas has been stopped, but crews are still trying to tackle that fire.
I'm going to go to a Live Now broadcast that was published 2 hours ago. It's talking about the Houthi rebels. They downed a U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drone. But before we do that, please help support my work by getting the great products that I offer and follow the protocol that I have developed and the holistic approach. If you do that, you're going to improve your immune system, you're going to slow down the aging process, and you're going to get healthy. All right? So a great product that I have that is really important, especially during the allergy season, are the lozenges and the drops. So for the drops, they're made from structural nanosilver, and you can get them in honey and lemon, blueberry, and also in cherry. All right? Each bag has 100 drops, all right? Made from structural nanosilver, and the lozenges are larger. There's 21 in each bag. You can get the lozenges in elderberry or in manuka honey. The drops and the lozenges are very high quality. Take them right away when you have that irritation, all right? During the cold season or during the allergy season. We're going into allergy season now, so it's really important to have a few bags in your household or at work, because you never know when you might have that irritation and you need to mitigate it right away. If you mitigate that irritation right away, you are stopping the negative downstream effects on your body. So, and that's really important. Imagine having a benign cold for 5 days. It takes 2 weeks. Just a benign cold. It takes 2 weeks to heal your cells. Your cells get stressed and they go into what is called reversible necrosis. So there's different types of damage in a cell, reversible and irreversible necrosis. So some cells will be in irreversible necrosis and die off. Other cells will go in reversible necrosis and take time to heal. This is the reason why if you just have a minor infection, guess what? It takes 2 to 3 weeks to fully heal the tissues that have been affected through that inflammation and whatever the issue is. Now, most people in the United States get some sort of cold maybe 2 or 3 times a year. Well, if you have a benign cold for
5 days or 7 days, and it takes 2 weeks to heal. And you have 3 of those a year. Well, guess what? That's 9 weeks of either with an infection or healing from an infection. That's a big chunk of your year. All right. And that's the average person. And that's just benign. Now, sometimes you have maybe 2 benign and 1 more serious. Well, it takes more than 2 weeks or 3 weeks to heal. This is the reason why you want to mitigate the problem right away. Because if you look at people that get sick chronically, they age faster. Why? They have more damage to their tissues. It takes more time to heal those tissues. They're chronically inflamed. All right, so there's lots of inflammation throughout the year. So that speeds up the aging process. And you're building up lots of free radicals. These are all vector points of aging you faster. So if you mitigate it early, you actually are giving your body more time to heal and less stress on the body. So you're not aging as fast. All right. So that's why it works. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You spend $150 on my store, you will get a free gift until supplies last. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. I want these great products in your hands. Use them, get healthy in 2025. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to Live Now, and they're talking about the MQ-9 Reaper drone that was downed by the Houthis.
For this breaking news alert, as the Associated Press reports that Yemen's Houthi rebels claimed this Tuesday that they shot down another American MQ-9 Reaper drone, even as the U.S. kept up its campaign of intense airstrikes targeting the group. The reported shoot down over Yemen's contested government came as airstrikes hit the Sana'a, the country's rebel-held capital, a stronghold for the Houthis. U.S. President Donald Trump issuing a new warning to both the Houthis and their main benefactor, Iran, describing the group as having been, quote, decimated by the campaign of strikes that began March 15th. A lot to discuss this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation CEO and founder of Jewish News Syndicate, Alex Trayman. Alex, good morning to you. Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So a lot to discuss. Let's first dissect and provide some perspective as with regards to Israel, the U.S., and the Yemen Houthi rebels. A lot of eyes are on Hamas and Hezbollah this week, but we can't forget about the Houthis. We've seen them out along the Red Sea, out as it relates to cargo, pretty much causing chaos and conflict with trade. But let's discuss the latest that happened on this Tuesday.
Well, as you mentioned, the United States has really taken the Houthis to task for interrupting international shipping, for sending ballistic missiles, which they continue to send at Israel, and also for attacking U.S. vessels that are patrolling the region, trying to keep peace. And the United States has launched a very severe series of raids and airstrikes throughout the Yemen, targeting Houthi infrastructure and also leadership.
Alex, speaking of that leadership, I want you to take a look at your screen. This is the very latest from U.S. President Donald Trump as the U.S. and Houthi forces exchange fire over Yemen. President Trump providing this quote via Truth Social. We're watching it together with the viewers. It says, quote, the Iran-backed Houthi terrorists have been decimated by the relentless strikes over the past 2 weeks. Many of their fighters and leaders are no longer with us. We hit them every day and night, harder and harder. Their capabilities that threaten shipping in the region are rapidly being destroyed. Our attacks will continue until they are no longer a threat to freedom of navigation. The choice for the Houthis is clear. Stop shooting at U.S. ships and we will stop shooting at you. Otherwise, we have only just begun, and the real pain is yet to come for both the Houthis and their sponsors in Iran. Again, Alex, that coming from President Donald Trump via Truth Social. For many of the viewers this morning, as they saw that quote, it reminded them of how Israel has been from the very beginning saying, you know, their fight will not stop until terrorists are eliminated. What do you gather from this quote from President Trump, Alex?
Well, I think, first of all, it's important that the United States is saying that they are, once again, the international policemen. It's not only that the Houthis have been attacking Israel. They have interrupted one of international shipping in one of the world's busiest commercial waterways, which is the Suez Canal. It's forced the prices of goods up all over the world. The ships are forced to sail across around the southern tip of Africa. And they've also attacked U.S. ships. And the previous administration was basically willing to allow that to happen. The Trump administration is not allowing that to happen. But I think what's more important is that as President Trump has been sending signals to Iran that it wants to negotiate the dismantling of their nuclear program, seeing that the United States is willing to take on the Houthis and to strike so significantly inside Yemen is a strong signal to the Islamic Republic and the leaders of that republic in Iran that if Iran does not negotiate and if President Trump does not get the deal that he wants, which would see Americans and others coming in to dismantle that nuclear program, that there is a very credible military threat on the backs of the calls for negotiations.
Yeah, let's further discuss Iran this morning. For many people, they are that terroristic mastermind behind all of these chaotic entities out in the Middle East. When we think of Hamas, Hezbollah, and as we discussed the Yemen Houthi rebels, from your perspective and what you live and breathe every single day, what are you seeing as far as Iran and their mastermind and what they are doing to fuel the terroristic acts in the Middle East?
Well, Iran has really destabilized the entire Middle East. They have a destabilizing presence in Iraq, in Syria. They basically destroyed Lebanon by funding an army, Hezbollah, which has mostly taken over that country and caused Israel to go to war there. They have destabilized Yemen with the Houthis, and they were a major backer of Hamas in Gaza. And there was been coordination between the Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis and other terror organizations of the Islamic Republic since October 7th. It's been a campaign, a ring of fire around the state of Israel. So when people think that this is, for example, just some part of the extended Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that's really not the case at all. In fact, Palestinians living inside Israel and what the international community calls the West Bank are not really fighting against Israel. Israel's only fighting against Iran and its terror proxies, and it's good to finally see that the United States recognizes that if Iran would cross the nuclear threshold, that the damage that they could do, even just having a nuclear umbrella, would be much, much more dangerous than what they've been able to accomplish over the last year and a half before they crossed that nuclear threshold.
Alex, I know from the very beginning of these conflicts, you've been hearing that looming question, what can be done to eradicate these terroristic organizations so that those peacefully living in the Middle East can get back to that? What would that response be? We are a year into these conflicts, now months and days as hostages are still in Hamas captivity. We've seen Hezbollah ramping back up with their infrastructure and their infiltration against Israel. It seems as soon as people start to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking things are getting back to normal, thinking the terrorists are waning in their fight against Israel, it gets right back up.
Right. I mean, people say that you can't destroy an ideology, and that may or may not be true, but you can certainly make sure that those that have a murderous ideology don't control territory and also don't have the military capabilities to try to attack on the basis of their ideology. And Israel has really taken to filing down the capabilities of Hamas in Gaza, which is a much less potent force than it was prior to October 7th. And the same thing in southern Lebanon with Hezbollah. However, there was a lot of pressure on Israel to enter into ceasefire agreements, both in Lebanon and in Gaza, whereby a lot of those terror organizations, Hezbollah and Hamas, have been filed down, but the job has not been finished. And I think that we're very likely to see, with the backing of the Trump administration, Israel return to war, particularly in Gaza, to completely eradicate Hamas, both as a political force ruling Gaza as well as a military force. And if we see skirmishes and rocket fire continuing in southern Lebanon, you might not be surprised to see Israel make a renewed push there to continue to file down Hezbollah as well.
Alex, really briefly before you go,
this year, we're hearing a lot about government efficiency. To follow the debate, it helps to have data and facts. Don't hit.
Alex, really briefly before you go, you mentioned the Trump administration. I'd love to hear what the response is there in the Middle East from Israelis, many of them crediting President Donald Trump for the release of the hostages that we've seen so far, but also for the eradication of many of the terrorists in that area. Could you compare and contrast it to, we've seen a protest against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right there in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, in and around that area. Could you provide that perspective as the U.S. government aiding Israel during this fight, please?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, the United States has done so many things to help Israel. First, they've already told Israel that they have a green light to break the ceasefire. They immediately, upon entering into office, opened up the flow of weapons that the Biden administration had withheld, including 2,000-pound bombs. But there were many other shipments that were being slow-walked to Israel that are now flowing, giving Israel the tools that it needs. There's talk of also the United States providing Israel potentially with even larger bombs and delivery mechanisms, which Israel would need in order to launch an attack on Iran's underground nuclear facilities. The Trump administration removed sanctions on what the Biden administration called violent Israeli settlers that had never been convicted of any crimes in Israel. And they are also providing backing for Israel in the international institutions, including the UN Security Council. They have put sanctions on the members of the International Criminal Court that issued arrest warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they have defunded organizations like UNRWA and USAID that have been pumping a lot of money into the efforts ultimately to delegitimize and even to attack Israel. So Israelis are very, very happy with what the Trump administration provides to the Israeli government.
Alex Trayman, always a pleasure to get your expertise and perspective on all things related to the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early on this April 1st. I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day.
Likewise.
All righty. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. By getting the great products that I offer, I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have developed these deodorants, very high quality deodorants, dual purpose. You use them as a deodorant, but they also help to detoxify your body. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural, no aluminum, no baking soda. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's for males and females. It's a dual purpose product. It helps to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. Get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these great all-natural deodorants. If you purchase $150 on my store, you will get a free gift until supplies last. So please help support my work by getting the products, and use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All caps, discount number 5 and $5 off any order. Now, let me also talk about a great stack, all right, to boost up your immune system. Magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium. Take them together for maximum effect. You can take them separately, but you should be taking them together. Make sure you drink it with filtered water because they're water soluble. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose of magnesium and zinc, 1 dose in the morning, 1 in the evening, and then go back to your maintenance dose of once a day once you start feeling better. And vitamin C, take it every day. Not feeling well, take a double dose. Drink with filtered water. Stack them together. They're synergistic for your immune system. So you want to boost up that immune system. Vitamin C also helps with your skin, especially when you take it with collagen. So please take the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, preferably together. Now, I also have vitamin D3, and I'll talk about vitamin D3, but to have the best synergistic effect, and where it's more efficient, the D3 is more efficient, it's important to take D3 with magnesium. A great way to do that is to take it with the vitamin C and magnesium, or the magnesium and zinc, or you can get the magnesium from my Boomer Boost product that's on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, that has magnesium in it also. So there's 3 ways to get the magnesium from my store, either from the vitamin C, from the magnesium and zinc, or from the Boomer Boost, to get the max benefit of D3. But I'm gonna be talking about how to stack D3 the best way to help with your different bodily systems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, preferably take them together. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please help support my work. And by purchasing the products, you're helping support your health and wellness. So with that, let's continue on with the news. Let's go to Bloomberg here. See what's going on with FDA regulation.
Absolutely,
designs.
Now, there will be another person, I'm assuming there has to be, so people have to leave these parts of the institution and be able to assess drugs' safety and then efficacy. That is the angle. So I'm hoping, which the market currently, is in a world of shoot first, ask questions later. Yeah. The market seeing this as a negative. There's a pressure on the FDA, and they don't know uncertainty, right? Mm-hmm. They don't know where it's going and when it will settle down. And it's everywhere right now.
And then you add on the layer of tariffs. What is the risk for drugs when it comes to tariffs?
Yeah, so we think that the biggest exposure is actually in the world of generic drugs, which is an odd outcome, because what you want to do is have generics available here for people to use because they're cheap. But a lot of the active ingredients are imported. So that's probably where it's going to hit most, unless there's some clever structuring around how the tariffs are applied. The bigger, more important drugs like our favorites, Wegovy and Zepbound, I'm sure they're being manufactured here. The question is, what does manufacture mean? Some bits of it are made somewhere. There are syringes that are involved. Where are they made? What do you call, where is that manufacturing, and at what point does it impact? If it's on anything that comes into the country from somewhere else, it would impact the price.
So what is your industry saying, the healthcare industry for all these times? What are they saying about tariffs? Is this something that they're not a lot?
Not a lot. They're just saying we can absorb it, we can manage it. Now, and also, again, with the uncertainty, what can you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Also, when it comes to generics, can you manufacture them here in the U.S.?
Oh, of course you can.
But what would that be like?
You have to build the infrastructure. Like the cars, you have to build the infrastructure.
What are we talking about? Billions worth dollars worth of investment?
Billions of dollars probably, but not tens of billions of dollars. The issue is also, if the tariffs are just there as a tool to entice more trade and more fairer trade in the eyes of the administration, then that would be a way to solve it, right? Much quicker and easier. But if the ultimate aim is to onshore or reshore all the manufacturing, take it from pharmaceuticals to cars to whatever it is you want, then you want to be, they might have to be sticky for that to happen.
So what's the big theme you talk to your clients about these days? Is it a particular therapeutic? Is it a particular drug or disease? Or what are some of the big themes?
Across the board, to be honest with you. I have a couple of calls scheduled this week to talk about Moderna. Because of the uncertainty that you've seen the share price. Everybody's seen.
I'm going to go to CNBC. This was published 16 minutes ago.
Looking for sustainable growth? Expect it, and so much more in Ohio. Jobs Ohio exists to help companies and the people thrive. Make Ohio your competitive advantage. Ready to grow? Let's grow together.
Getting some ISMs and jolts right now. Let's get back to Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Yes, let's start out with jolts, shall we? Expecting a number for a Fed read around 7,600,000. Comes in just a smidge lower, 7,568,000. 7,568,000. How does that comp? Well, that would be the lowest rate on a month-over-month basis going back to, well, the end of last year when it was 7,508,000. So we see it's coming down, but we are really starting to consolidate now. That's 3 months in a row. We're right around 7.5 million. Let's look at construction spending for February, expecting up 0.3, Carl. It's double plus, up 0.7, almost 0.75%. That would be the strongest rate going back to October of last year. And last month, here's the problem, -0.2 moves to -0.5% in the January read. Now let's look at ISM manufacturing, the PMIs, the headline number, 49.0, a little bit lower than expectations, and it puts us back in contraction territory, which means we're going back to the end of last year, where we basically had all 12 months under 50, and January, February of this month, we're above 50, and of course, this is a March reading. If we look at prices paid, we prefer they go down, but that's not the case. 64 plus expected, 69.4. 69.4, that will be the highest rate. We have to really go back on this. That'll be the highest rate going to, well, June of 22. June of 22. If we look at 45.2, that's new orders. That's definitely about 3 points light and sequentially lower. 45.2 would be the weakest rate since May of 23. And finally, if we look at the employment side, employment at 44.7, an important week. Of course, we're going to have Wednesday and Friday employment reports. 44.7 is about 3 points less than expectations, and that would be the weakest level going back to, well, mid last year. And here's something we want to pay attention to. Every single number here, but prices paid, is sequentially lower. And it's unfortunate because prices paid is the one you really want to be sequentially lower. Yields, as Sarah pointed out, continue to move lower. 415 in a 10-year will be down 6 basis points on the day. We're looking at the very minimum, if it closed here, a 1-month low yield close. The short end, not as aggressive as it was yesterday. 2 years yesterday closed at the lowest level since early October of 24. Sarah, back to you.
Not great, Rick. Not a great mix.
All right, let's go to the Treasury Secretary being interviewed on Fox News here. Oh, also Steve Miller.
Reaction, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Oh, no, they just transitioned from
Scott, I won't mention everything, but if you look at 1.4 trillion in investments from the UAE and another trillion from Saudi Arabia and 500 billion from Apple over 4 years and 681 million for EV production. Nissan and Honda, they were going to build plants in Mexico. Now they're going to build them here. Then, of course, you have 100 billion in new domestic chip production, 100 billion from a Taiwanese semiconductor company, and I'm scrolling the rest of them. And you tell me how even the talk of tariffs is not a good thing and has not paid off already for the country.
You know, Sean, since President Trump came in on January 20th, there's just been a line through the Oval Office of the countries and companies who want to bring capital, jobs, and factories to the United States. And we are going to accommodate that through great regulation, low taxes, energy dominance, and President Trump is attracting them back through the tariff plan and insisting on fair trade for the American people, something that he's been talking about for the past 30 or 40 years.
Okay, so it's basically, we agree to free and fair trade, and if you're going to put unfair tariffs on us, there's going to be reciprocal tariffs in exchange. Okay, that sounds fair to me. Why would people have a problem with that? Why would the markets become skittish over the, quote, uncertainty over what tariffs will remain or leave? You can see at the last minute, countries like India are like, okay, I'm ready to make a deal now. The same with, Great Britain, and it's the same with other European countries. So I'm ready to talk now because the deadline is coming.
Yeah, so April 2nd, we are going to disclose the reciprocal tariffs. I'm not going to get out ahead of President Trump. He's going to announce them 3 o'clock on Wednesday, And I think for the first time in decades, probably since I was a college student, we're going to see a fair trade, and everyone will have the opportunity to lower their tariffs, lower their non-tariff barriers, stop the currency manipulation, stop subsidizing labor, stop subsidizing, stop providing cheap loans, and they make the global trading system fair for American workers again. And if President Trump campaigned on this, he has a mandate, as you know. He had a substantial electoral college majority. He won all 7 swing states, and he won the popular vote. So he has a mandate to do this. He's doing what he promised he would do.
Okay.
He's bringing
Let's
jobs
talk
home.
about. So he wants to make his tax cuts permanent, which I agree with. He wants no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, and nor will he touch Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, except to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, which is a very different scenario. Okay, with all of that said, I've always believed as a conservative and as a supply sider that a rising tide lifts all boats. Reagan, by cutting taxes, literally doubled revenues in 8 years to the federal government and created 22 million jobs. In the first 3 years of the Trump administration, his tax cuts resulted in the lowest unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women in the workplace, and African American youth unemployment. Why would we expect a different result when it's worked every time in my adult lifetime?
Well, because the Democrats don't want to admit that it worked. And what we saw in President Trump's term was not only fantastic job growth, but fantastic wage growth for all the groups you just named. Working Americans did fantastic under President Trump. That hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. The low-income households saw a higher increase in their household net worth than the top 10%. For the past 4 years, these folks have been getting killed. The bottom 50% has been eviscerated by high inflation, unfettered immigration, suppressing wages, and that's going to come to an end. We are going to make the cuts, or the 2017 tax cuts and jobs act, we're going to make it permanent, and then we're going to layer on President Trump's campaign promises: no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and we're going to make purchasing an American car tax deductible again.
All right, Scott Bissett, appreciate it.
It's about time.
Hannity here. Hey, click here.
It's about time. All right, before we go to the next video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the different supplements that I offer. I'm going to show you a stack to help to improve your bone density and also your cardiovascular health. All right. Vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 helps to absorb calcium. It also is a gene expression cofactor. So to get the proper gene expression in your cells, you need vitamin D. That's why it's very important. And also vitamin D helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. That means the cell needs to die. D3 helps with that. All right. That's why it's so important to take during, let's say, a cell that's infected. So D3 also can help with bones and also your cardiovascular. To get the most efficacy out of D3, take it with magnesium. Now, you can get the magnesium from my store through the vitamin C and magnesium, or the magnesium and zinc supplements that I have, or through the Boomer Boost powder that I have. Magnesium is in here, in the Boomer Boost. All right. This is like a very comprehensive multivitamin powder. All right. With a lot of other stuff in it that's really important for you. But to have the most efficacy of vitamin D3, you should be taking it with magnesium. And a multivitamin or different supplements, you should be taking magnesium every day. All right. That's important. But with that said, D3 couples with K2, MK7 molecule very well.
And it helps with the cardiovascular health because it's helping to pull out some of the calcium deposits that have already built up in a plaque. Slowly, they'll pull them out, but it'll also reduce the chances of new calcium depositing around plaque. Really important. But it's a holistic approach because you want to bring down that calcium depositing, but you also want to bring down inflammation. You want to bring down free radicals. You want to bring down your LDL levels. Those are all really important to help to improve your cardiovascular health. But a great stack is to take the D3 and the K2 together to help with your cardiovascular health. Now, you stack it also with nattokinase, and nattokinase will help to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. And nattokinase will help to bring down that LDL level and increase your HDL levels. So it's going to help to improve your lipid profile. Really important to reduce plaque formation. I do have a box called the longevity cardiovascular box. And that box has lots of other supplements in it to help to reduce the chances of plaque formation and over time actually reduce the blockage that has already formed in your vascular system. All right. So take a look at that longevity cardiovascular health box. But another stack, if you can't afford that longevity cardiovascular box, taking this stack here for cardiovascular health, the nattokinase, the D3, and the K2 is really powerful. Remember, you get the max benefits of D3 when you take it with magnesium. You can get the magnesium through my store, through the magnesium zinc, magnesium vitamin C, or through the Boomer Boost. So take this stack, help with your cardiovascular health. Now, to help with your bone health, taking the stack here, the D3 and the D3 and the K2, MK7 molecule, take some calcium either through drinking milk or through a supplement, do resistance training. And when you do that, doing that resistance training, you're actually sending signals to build higher density bone. Really important, especially for females that are postmenopausal or guys that have, aged and have not been working out. You're going to be losing bone density. So it's really important to build up that bone density. You do that through resistance training. Now, again, max benefit with D3 when you couple it with magnesium. Now, it's important also not just to do resistance training, but to produce vibration through the bone. And that will help to actually signal to deposit more bone matrix. Now, the way you do that for your legs is that you put your legs together and just lift your legs with your toes, all right? And you do that about 50 times. And the heel comes down onto the floor. Do that barefoot on the floor. And you do that 50 times, and you're sending a vibration signal up through your legs and up through your spine. That vibration is, with resistance training, is going to help build bone density through your spine, through your legs, and especially into your hip, all right, and the neck of your femur. Really important. Okay, doing some running also helps. That's adding that stress on the bones, but also that vibration. Jump roping or jumping jacks help a lot. For vibration with the arms, a great way to do that is if you're biking, all right, cycling, and you feel that vibration through the actual handlebars, you'll get actually more signal to build bone matrix in your forearms, all right? So, and even in your hands too. So vibration is also a way to stimulate the bone matrix depositing through the osteoblasts. You have two types of cells there in your bone, osteoblasts and osteoclasts. When you get older, you have more osteoclasts and it's eating up bone. You want to stimulate osteoblasts blasts, and that will produce bone matrix, all right? And you produce that more osteoblasts by resistance training and that vibrational signal. That's really important, all right? So please go get the D3, get the noctokinase, and get the K2. This is a great stack to help build more dense bone, especially when you're taking calcium. I drink milk, but you can take calcium supplements too. Do that resistance training, but you're also helping with your cardiovascular system. So you're doing two things at the same time. You don't even realize it. You're helping with your heart and your vascular system, and you're also helping with your bone structure. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3, the noctokinase, and the K2. Remember, you get the max benefit of D3 when you take it with magnesium. If you have magnesium in your multivitamin, or, like I said, you can get it 3 different ways from my store. The Boomer Boost, the vitamin C with magnesium, or the zinc and magnesium. If you spend $150 or more on my store, you will get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Again, I have anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes that are discounted compared to buying the products individually, and you can put an additional discount of discount 5 on top of those longevity boxes or anti-aging boxes. So the cardiovascular box that I was talking about is actually cheaper than purchasing the individual products. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy. You can do it. Follow my protocol. It's a holistic approach. I just gave you a great way to stop osteoporosis, reverse osteoporosis. A simple, very simple way to do it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Let's go to Bloomberg here.
Any NFL concert goers' existence for seemingly forever. But you got Live Nation that owns Ticketmaster, and they also own like pretty much most of the venues around the world.
And I want to say there was something that was going on with Taylor Swift like a while back when she was doing that whole tour where tickets were just surging to insane heights, and even she was like, we need to get this together. So
although one might say you're only going to pay what it demands, right? So like $3,000 that people are going to pay
$3,000.
Tay-Tay. All right, wrapping it up here with PBH.
Yes, the name in the green. We're seeing PBH is the owner of Palatine and Tommy Hilfiger up for double-digit gains this morning, up about 15%.
Okay, what's important is that the S&P 500 now is trading above the open, and it's trading at now about 13 points above the close from yesterday. The VIX is now down by 21. The VIX is trading at 21.75, so it's going down. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,624. So, we're off the session lows, and it seems to be mean reverting. The Japanese yen is now trading at 149.41, and it's off of the session lows. So that's a good sign. So it looks like maybe institutional investors have come in to buy the dip here. Okay, which I said was going to happen. Now, what I want to do is take a look at, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Beta Partners. Henrietta, what the market seems to want to understand is if tomorrow is going to be a clearing event or the end of the beginning before the next phase here of turmoil.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the critical question. I see no indication that this is going to be a clearing event. I'll give you a couple of reasons why. Number one, we know that today the president instructed almost 3 months ago the major federal trade agencies, USTR, Commerce, and Treasury, to provide him with about 15 or more different reports about different components of our trade landscape, trade relations with 20 different countries. Not a single one of those reports has been publicly released yet. So the background to justify the forthcoming tariffs is something that you would expect to see publicly released, formalized in a Federal Register update, or even discussed with the media in advance of a publication. Should be all laid out if this is going to be clear cut and ready to go tomorrow. So the disarray that we're seeing, the sort of knives out reporting we're seeing for Howard Lutnick at Commerce, and the general disarray and lack of cohesiveness from the White House around this suggests that while we're going to get a lot of tariffs announced tomorrow and implemented at midnight, there's still going to be a substantial amount of uncertainty. I'm especially concerned about India, additional Section 301 investigations, what it means to pull out of the Phase 1 trade deal with China, declare them in violation, and how that impacts the tariffs we'll see on China, and obviously Canada and Mexico, which is maybe the most discomforting of all the tariffs, especially to the auto manufacturers right now.
Henrietta, maybe it's just me, but I haven't heard a whole lot from the U.S. Congress, either house, about their views on trade policies, potential changes, and potential tariffs. Is that unusual?
It's not unusual, but it is, certainly notable, and I think should be relatively embarrassing for a chamber that used to pride itself on having authority over, tax policy and trade policy, and has been ceding those controls to the White House since the 70s, if not before. However, I will say they are going to hold a vote as early as this evening on the IEEPA tariffs against Canada. And there are a number of Republicans in the Senate who are telegraphing that they're going to cross party lines and vote against the president's declaration of national emergency against Canada, including Senator Collins of Maine. I wouldn't be surprised if, obviously, Rand Paul, who's a co-sponsor of the legislation from Kentucky, will be there. Chuck Grassley. Obviously, the farm state senators are the most exposed here. We know that the USDA is already talking about another bailout for farmers as we head into a global transformation of trade that will hurt them substantially.
Do we get the sense that if there is short-term pain for U.S. companies, that the administration is going to help subsidize it, which is really what we saw with farmers back in the first Trump administration? And is that kind of what the tax bill will be, or is it going to be something more beefy?
No, the tax bill should not be considered subsidization because it's an extension of the status quo, and it's so expensive already, $4.6 trillion just to keep things where they are, that you should not expect additional subsidization or tax cuts for either businesses or individuals. That is a point-blank declaration from Senate staff that I speak with on Capitol Hill. I would go a little bit further and say the endeavor, they endeavor to cut the deficit by $1.5 trillion. My expectation is they ultimately come in around $400 to $800 billion and more pay lip service to deficit reduction, but you cannot call it deficit reduction when you're simultaneously writing off a $4.6 trillion extension of the existing rates. So unless you consider, like many staffers do, the idea that providing certainty and permanency for individual tax rates constitutes stimulus, there will not be stimulus in this tax bill. So these tariffs are coming. They are tax hikes. There are not tax cuts coming.
Henry, can you explain the politics of this tariff thing here? I mean, the markets, the stock market's down 9-10%. The dollar's trading lower. The markets just don't like the uncertainty, I guess, more than anything else. And the concern is it may slow down this economy, may push it into a recession, may cause some inflation. Historically, that's not been good politically. It's the economy, stupid. What's the political call here on behalf of President Trump and the administration?
The view from the White House is that they have a mandate. They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They won the swing states, and they have, successfully come back from a loss in 2020. So they are going as if this is something that all of America, and certainly their voters, are fully behind. The polls suggest that that's not the case. The lowest amount of support for President Trump comes on his tariff strategy. The American public is very aware that tariffs are not tax cuts, as the president has proclaimed, and they do not view tomorrow as Liberation Day. They view it as a scenario where we're going to see more tariffs and taxes, mostly because, of course, that is what is coming. You can see it in the pull forward purchases at auto sectors, for example, or auto sales. So you have a pretty material disconnect between what the White House thinks it has a mandate for and what voters are suggesting they support. But on Capitol Hill, as you point out, the senators and the House members, the best that they can do, given President Trump's stranglehold on their voters and the incredible popularity that he shares, is that they have to go along with this now, and the best they can do is expect that the uncertainty is really the problem here. So once we get past tomorrow, you'll hear folks say 80% of the whole market downturn is because things are uncertain. It's much more likely that once we get past tomorrow, things will calm down. And then they're very optimistic that some of these tariffs on especially Canada and Mexico will start to come off over the summer in time for a turnaround going into the 2026 midterm elections, which is about 18 months away.
Is there any real data that points to the fact that that could happen?
Well, there's no real data on anything except for what's in Trump's mind on what could come and what might come off. But there is very real concrete data that I think keeps being ignored, which is that the president has imposed 20% tariffs on nearly $500 billion worth of goods coming in from China, and 25% tariffs on all trade coming from Canada and Mexico on about 40% of imports. There's also an underreported narrative that I think we'll hear about in the coming months, which is that the disruption at the border is incredibly widespread and underappreciated, because you have no one to go to at USTR that you can get recourse for if you want to, explain that you are USMCA compliant or seeking an exclusion. So there's these backlogs and confusion at the border taking place right now. The most concrete example would be when the president, via executive order, changed the de minimis rules and created such a logjam he had to pull it off. That's actually occurring at the border right now. It's being underreported, I think, in part because businesses are still trying to get exclusions, and they're not able to speak with anybody, that they don't want to ruffle feathers in the anticipation of hopefully being able to get an audience in the months ahead.
All right, it's not just tariffs. At some point, Congress has got to fund the government and do all that kind of stuff. How should we think about the to-do list for Congress in the coming days and weeks?
There's so much there. Okay, so first things first, I would say the Senate budget that they're working on right now, I understand is going to include a $5 trillion hike to the debt ceiling. Now, that is an exorbitant figure. The last time we hiked the debt ceiling by any dollar figure was $1.2 trillion. So $5 trillion is shocking. This belies the reality that current policy baseline accounting for extending the existing tax rates is not free. It does matter to the Treasury. They do need a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling. And by the way, that's only to get through the 2026 midterms. That's not for Trump's full term, which is what I originally anticipated when I heard that number a month ago. So first things first, we have to deal with that. I expect it to be in the budget that we should see from the Senate as early as tonight. That'll come due in July. Secretary Bessent will give us an update on that in May. And then, as you point out, we do have a government funding bill that's going to be due September 30th. And I think that's where we're going to see the farmers bailout housed, into California wildfires. And depending on the scale and scope of this tax bill, it could be where you see an expansion of the child tax credit, an expansion of ACA subsidies. The reality is you need probably 10 to 20 Democratic votes in the Senate for any bill to keep the government open. And we all saw what happened to Minority Leader Schumer last go around. So I expect that September period to be really fraught with negotiations and a lot of tension, much of which we'll see play out as a result of the elections in Florida's 6th and 1st districts tonight. So that'll be a fascinating precursor to how this will all play out.
All right, Henrietta, thanks a lot. We really appreciate your analysis. Henrietta Triss, Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Beta Partners, which then raises the question, too, when we talk about a clearing event with all that in store.
Yep.
How could anything be a clearing event
that's a great point.
at this point?
Yeah. So, I mean, you're going to have tomorrow some tariffs. Hopefully that will provide a little bit of clarity for some members of the marketplace.
Right. Also taking a look here at Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond President Tom Barkin saying that the tariffs could raise both inflation and unemployment, creating a big challenge for the central banks. He warns that tariffs could lead to a, quote, cage match between consumers and providers. Is that a wrestling thing or
I don't.
WWE thing?
Yeah.
Cage match stuff? All right. Coming up, we got a lot lined up for you here, so stay with us. Lauren Gilbert, CEO of Wealthwise Financial, will be joining us.
All right. White House proposal to impose 20% tariffs on most imports. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric and the ashwagandha. These will help to bring down inflammation. Why? All right, turmeric is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals and reduce stress on the cell. Also, it'll bring down inflammation. That's good for your immune system and good for your cardiovascular system. Bringing down inflammation will help to recharge your immune system and also
bring down that inflammatory response in the vascular system, and that's the first part of the cascade. If you have high inflammation in your vascular system, what will happen is that plaque will start to build up. You don't want that, all right? That's why if you're overly stressed, you usually build up plaque, all right? So you want to bring down inflammation and stress. Now, ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels. Guess what? Cortisol is a stress hormone, all right? So also, ashwagandha will bring down blood glucose levels. So you're bringing down that inflammatory response in the vascular system and reducing plaque formation. But also by bringing down inflammation and bringing down that cortisol level, bringing down that blood glucose level, you're helping with your immune system. Stack these together to get the max benefit. You can also stack this with lignans. Lignans is a powder that will help to bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. It's the third pillar of my core protocol. The first pillar is taking max 35 or max 14 to boost up your immune system. The second pillar is to take C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is taking the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to bring down inflammation and to boost up your immune system. And the fourth pillar is to take Boomer Boost that will boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. And when you have all that together, that's a great foundation to slow down the aging process, to boost up your immune system, and to have more energy and longevity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, lignans together. If you spend $150 or more on any order, you will get a free gift. I'm not going to tell you what it is until supplies last, so you better hurry up. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer, help support my work, and help support your health. I also have anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes at different price points, targeting different systems. Take a look at those and get those. Those are very high quality, and they're at different price points so you can get healthy at an affordable cost. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's go to Cash Jordan here.
Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
Police on the Upper East Side are looking at 30 last night. The thief broke the front window.
So this store behind me was recently robbed, the windows smashed, but this is the second time thieves have hit this place within the last year. And while shoplifting is a problem at pretty much every store in town, stealing from a well-secured luxury boutique isn't something your average thief can pull off. However, because our laws don't criminalize theft below $1,000 in value, petty crooks here get unlimited practice perfecting their craft. And that's why it's only a matter of time before they're ready to try and rob a place like this.
The surveillance video we just received from police shows the entire heist captured on camera. In a matter of minutes, 3 suspects made off with about $51,000 worth of stolen merchandise.
Right now, an active investigation is underway to find the 2 men who police say smashed the front window of the Chanel store just right behind me and got away with around $30,000 worth of merchandise. That window this morning, all boarded up.
That's crazy. $1 million?
Police say Monday night, this man allegedly put $1.5 million of jewelry in a suitcase and tried to get away.
It's very sad, but I mean, it's normal that we hear it all the time. I see all these people walking out with a bunch of jackets, sometimes even the whole phone full of jackets.
A store robbery in Washington Heights caught on camera watches this man in a black coat quickly turns and sprays chemicals on the ground. Goes here, he puts on over here. Customers seen walking in immediately coughing as the thieves then grabbed a pile of clothes at the display table and made their getaway. The thief doing a quick spin before flashing a gun to the employee to stop her from stopping him.
So New York's revolving door justice system is essentially a training program that creates hardened career criminals. And what nobody running New York will admit is that everyone should have seen this coming because we're giving thieves unlimited get-out-of-jail-free cards and they're using them. As you'd expect, turning the streets of this city into a real-life version of Grand Theft Auto, where criminals steal things over and over again with no incentive to stop. In fact, with no consequences for most theft, criminals have nothing to lose if they try to steal things and get caught. Because the worst thing that happens is they spend a few hours hanging out with the police before being set free with a misdemeanor charge. And when you add to our zero consequences legal system the rampant street vending we allow here, New York City becomes a place where there are unlimited opportunities to resell stolen property. Now, of course, street vending is also illegal without a license, but since it's also not a criminal offense, there are open-air theft markets operating all year round in some parts of town, which only disappear when the vans selling stolen property close their doors and speed away when their lookouts spot the police, who at best will issue a few tickets and confiscate goods these criminals never paid for in the first place. But there's a problem. Not every crook in town is content with robbing places like CVS and Home Depot. And that brings us to the real reason raids at luxury stores are a growing problem. We've created an army of criminals who've got practice getting away with pretty much anything. And they're now setting their sights on the wealthiest parts of New York, which include stores like Chanel and Gucci, and also gyms like Equinox, where a gang has stolen almost $100,000 from customers at exclusive members-only fitness clubs. On top of that, there's the guy who tried stealing over $1 million in jewelry from Macy's before luckily getting spotted and then running away. But as you're about to see, getting busted, that's the last thing on the minds of any of these criminals. So here we are at the Chanel, which was just robbed. That's the window that the thieves smashed. And you'll notice that in this window right over here, the display cases are now empty, as is the case with a bunch of other stores on the street. It looks like these businesses know that criminals can smash these windows, reach in, and just take what they want and escape with zero consequences, which is exactly what they did right over here for the second time in the last year.
The thief broke the front window with an unknown object and grabbed about $12,000 in goods before getting away. This is the same Chanel store broken into last October by two men with sledgehammers.
So the worst thing about these heists is there's absolutely nothing sophisticated about them. These are just smash and grab robberies, old school theft, which perfectly explains why none of these stores want to risk keeping merchandise near their windows anymore, unless they've now got full-time security guards, which this Chanel also has. But before we get into the details of who these criminals are, you've got to understand something, which is that these guys are absolutely fearless. These stores have the most sophisticated security cameras you can buy, and the reason some of these larger display cases by windows are empty is because it doesn't make sense to have a few $100,000 sitting right here if criminals can take it and then escape in just minutes without getting caught. Police have absolutely no leads. And to make matters worse, this is the second time this same exact robbery has taken place at this same exact store. Just a few months ago, criminals came here and did the exact same thing.
All the damage left behind is just eye-opening. Police were canvassing the area both in and out of the luxury store, just trying to recover surveillance video. Now, 3 purses were stolen, valued at $10,000 each.
And I'd be willing to bet it's the same exact criminals. Nobody was caught then either. They got away with it once. Why not try again? Now, yes, smashing this window and stealing an entire display rack full of expensive goods, that's going to get you in a lot of trouble. You'll go to jail for that. But the way our city looks at crime is that the attempt to do that, just breaking the window, well, maybe that's just vandalism. Maybe these are just reckless punks that don't have any respect and wanted to break something. Maybe they weren't trying to get in there and get their hands on millions of dollars worth of stuff. This is what's happening, and our police chief knows it. We're letting criminals off the hook, dropping charges against them. Nobody gets prosecuted for anything. And the reason criminals are going after stores like this is because they know they're going to get the benefit of the doubt if anything bad happens. Bad for them. Obviously, robbing these stores is wrong. Nobody should do that. But these criminals, even if they get caught, usually nothing happens to them because our justice system doesn't see their actions as being wrong. But even though the 2 robberies on this block full of luxury stores took place in the evening, you'd be kidding yourself if you thought our criminals cared about operating under the cover of darkness. Because believe it or not, stores like these have been ransacked for much larger amounts of money during broad daylight.
Investors
Investigators say in a matter of minutes, 3 suspects made off with about $51,000 worth of stolen merchandise from this Gucci store. Now, this robbery happened at the meatpacking district location.
So about a year ago, February 2024, the Gucci store in Lower Manhattan was robbed at lunchtime. The thieves, they went right in the front door and they escaped, driving away in what was apparently a stolen vehicle. A heist which landed them over $50,000, and it took just minutes. And not only were they caught on camera while escaping in a vehicle, that vehicle drove back across state lines to New Jersey, revealing that New York's lax justice system now attracts criminal tourists who come here to steal instead of doing it in their own states. But while these thieves who've been raiding these luxury stores are obviously professionals who know what they're doing and know how to escape, the amounts that they've stolen pale in comparison to what one guy almost made off with from Macy's, of all places.
That's crazy. $1 million?
Police say Monday night, this man allegedly put $1.5 million of jewelry in a suitcase and tried to get away. But an employee, quote, confronted him, and he ditched the jewels and got away.
Can you believe that? $1 million of jewelry. This guy walked in and had that stuff in his bag, was spotted, and then fled and escaped. Nobody has any idea who he was. The guy just walked into the store like a regular customer and lurked until he saw the right moment to strike. Now, obviously, part of the problem here is that people are allowed to shop with their own shopping bags in this city. That's a law, which allows criminals to enter businesses and hang out with an empty burlap sack and then fill it up and try to escape when they see the right moment. It's also kind of impressive that Macy's didn't have any security guards watching this individual as he was prowling around the store, approaching the jewelry counter of all places. But the common thread gluing all of these heists together is the fact that everybody escaped and nobody was caught. Which means we've obviously got a major deficiency when it comes to the presence of law enforcement on our streets. And even though we've got security cameras everywhere, all they do is show us that people wearing masks stole something after the fact. And this lack of police tells our criminals that even if they do get caught trying to steal something, the person that catches them smashing a glass window probably won't be a police officer. And since there's no police around to stop crime, the types of crime we're now experiencing here were unheard of just a few years ago. Most people don't know this, but if you're seriously hurt, that accident could be worth millions of dollars. And if you're injured in any way, you need to know how to protect your rights. Thereafter, no, the $83,000 stolen by criminals frequenting high-end gyms like this didn't come from the merch being sold here. No, instead that money came from the credit cards and valuables they stole from other patrons of that gym. And part of the reason theft here is such a problem is because since nobody ever gets punished for it, what ends up happening is otherwise law-abiding people get converted into members of the criminal underworld. And this usually happens the moment a crime of opportunity presents itself.
It's pretty sad, but I mean, it's normal that we hear it all the time. I see all these people walking out with a bunch of jackets, sometimes even the whole trolley full of jackets. I have seen people here who have city jobs, and have good income and everything, but if they see a merchandise left by mistake on the counter, they will grab it.
He says stealing has increased since the pandemic.
So here we have an interview with a jewelry store owner, and he says that everybody in his store could be a criminal if the right opportunity presents itself. If he leaves something out on the counter, somebody with a good job that makes plenty of money, they'll actually steal it. Which explains why people could eventually figure out there's a massive theft opportunity at a place like Equinox. People are learning that they can commit a crime of opportunity and likely get away with it unscathed. And this store owner says he's seen people steal armfuls of jackets from nearby clothing stores, which explains why many stores now chain their merchandise directly to the rack. It removes the opportunity to put something on and wear it out, or to just carry it out. Criminals know that nobody's calling the police over $50 jewelry items or $100 jackets. It's just not happening. We don't even have enough police to respond when stuff that's worth tens of thousands of dollars gets stolen. And this is a problem because as crime spirals out of control with robberies at gyms, independent businesses, luxury boutiques, police are getting called to go everywhere at once. But since they can't be everywhere at once, those crimes go unsolved. And what that does is it causes the criminal underworld to grow. And as the criminal underworld underworld here grows and goes unpunished, that causes our police force to shrink.
And the police commissioner is eyes wide open as an exodus of experienced cops continues to plague the NYPD.
And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The NYPD is in a hiring crisis, and this is not a budget problem.
All the police unions in the city.
So the NYPD is shedding experienced officers. And why do you think that is? Is it maybe because they don't think it's worth it to get up every day and put their lives on the line to stop a criminal underworld our laws just perpetuate? And look at this, before officers even finish their paperwork after arresting someone, that person gets released and they're back out on the streets ready to re-offend. And the reason that happens is because back in 2020, we decriminalized many offenses, which means people no longer go to jail when they do stuff that's wrong. And not only does this article quote police officers saying that this is demoralizing and defeats the whole purpose of their jobs, creating a legal system that protects criminals is way more damaging to our police force than this whole defund the police movement that short-staffed them to begin with.
There's 12 detectives in counterterrorism right now.
Are things falling through the cracks?
Not yet, but the question is, do you wait till it does?
Monroe says current detective staffing sits just under 5,000, 2,000 fewer than before 9/11, and so far.
So we have 2,000 less detectives. You know what detectives do? They go to places where thugs smash windows with sledgehammers and steal tens of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. They go to Equinox, where criminals have a habit of raiding lockers and stealing from patrons, and they try to track those criminals down and hold them accountable. But that's not happening anymore. And criminals know this. They know there aren't enough cops around to catch them. We've only got enough police to go after the worst offenses that happen in this city, not most offenses. And that's created a situation where these criminals, they're getting experience successfully in committing crime and escaping. They're all still out there. When police do find these guys, they're going to be even harder to take down because by then they'll be hardened criminals, which reveals that instead of decriminalization making our city a happier, safer, more wonderful place, it's actually done the opposite.
The average detective is now taking on over 500 cases a year and working patrol shifts too.
Cases are going to be delayed in solving. I want justice for my son.
He says this staffing crisis could affect grieving families and average youth.
So as you can see, this goes further than theft. There are other crimes that are going unsolved as well. The general public is being deprived of justice. That's what's happening. On top of that, if it takes a long time to train detectives, that's a long time that the general public here is going to be in a lot of danger. Because you can't just go out tomorrow and hire a whole bunch of new police. Yes, you can put people through a police academy, but when those new cops come out, they're not going to have anybody who's experienced to be around and mentor them, show them the ropes, and teach them all the things the academy didn't. It's like any career path. People who are new benefit from the experience of established individuals who really know what's going on. But you're not going to have that anymore with our police force, and what that means is the overall experience level of the force is going to drop, which means we're going to need even more police in the future to keep our city safe. Yet finding them is just going to be even tougher as the criminal underworld here continues to grow, and local laws that hinder police work cause more officers to quit. Is this the kind of system that's going to help New York hire police? The police commissioner said we've got a hiring problem, and it's not related to the amount of money we have to hire people. I personally have a little bit of a problem with that. As you can see here, the starting salary, $54,000 a year. That's not enough to live in this city and enjoy any kind of financial independence. Personally, I think that officers should start at least $70,000 a year in this city, where basic groceries are priced through the roof along with the prices of all the apartments. But between the low pay and the demoralizing anti-police atmosphere they've got to work in, it's no wonder we've got a shortage of cops. What do you think about that? Would more cops stop our stores from getting robbed? Are we creating and training career criminals by not punishing anybody? Let me know. I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Society needs to get more ethics. It's all about if you have an affinity towards God, country, and family, you have a better society. These criminals, they have no respect for law and order, God, country, or family. And this is what happens when you have a society that has no ethics. Now, the predominance of this issue is minorities. Now, there are some non-minorities that are, tied to criminal activity in New York. But the far majority of them are blacks and then Latinos. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic. You can get it in a powdered form or in the VeggieCat form, which I have in my hand here. Take it every day. Help with your gut biome. Taking a good probiotic is really important to set up that foundation for good health. You'll notice that your skin is better, your hair, your nails. Also, with a good gut biome, you're going to reduce inflammation in your gut. You're going to have better absorption of your nutrients. You're going to have a better communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. And you're going to improve your immune system at the gut level because your mucosal lining will be thicker. You're going to have the proper bacterium colonies and concentrations within your gut to help with good gut health. And your IgA concentrations are going to be up. Those are all very positive for your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic either in the VeggieCat form or in the powdered form. And taking a multivitamin is really important. Why? Because multivitamins and minerals are cofactors for enzymatic activity. If you're taking a multivitamin every day, then you have the cofactors that you need for proper enzymatic activity in your cells so your cells perform properly. To start that really important foundation, taking a multivitamin, stacking it with a good probiotic is really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the probiotic and the multivitamin. Guess what? Now you have a great foundation to build off of. You've helped your gut health, and you have the cofactors that you need for proper enzymatic activity. And you build on top of that, all right? With some of the things that I've been talking about. So if you spend $150 or more on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, you get a free gift until supplies last. You can use discount 5 and you get $5 off. And better yet, if you purchase a anti-aging box or a longevity box, those are designed to be at a discount. And you can put an additional discount 5 on top of it. So please go to my store, help support my work, and help support your health. It's a win-win situation. Get the multivitamin, get the probiotics, and get the other great supplements that I offer. And it's a holistic approach. It's about proper supplementation, proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep. You need to train your mind, learn new things, do resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing exercises. All 4 modalities are really important. Filter your water, stay away from processed foods. It's a holistic approach. And when you do this on a regular basis, you're actually going to slow down the aging process, and your immune system is going to get better. Your endocrine system is going to get better. Your bodily systems, your brain function, your heart health, your liver health, even your gut health are going to improve. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Please help support my work. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here.
European defense initiative and imperative with Germany coming out with what people around here are calling the bazooka. And you add these together, there's a growth idea developing in Europe. There's concern about what's going on in the US. And if you look at our economists, they see as much of a hit on US growth and inflation as they see it anywhere outside of Mexico and Canada. So, all of that weighs on the US, and Europe is an alternative. And obviously, we've talked a lot about how it's valued relative to the States. Yep. I think that creates a money flow issue, a money flow opportunity, just like it does for China.
All right. Good stuff. We want to get your opinion there. Tim Craighead, thanks so much for joining us. Tim Craighead is a Global Chief Content Officer for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based over there in London. Coming up, we're going to go to a simulcast with Bloomberg Television and talk about with the Rivian CEO and talk about the electric vehicle business. I'm just reading an article from Bloomberg about how people haven't factored their cars over the last several months these tariffs here, and that's certainly a real thing. It wasn't a factor in my purchase decision, but in hindsight, it's probably for pretty good timing. Roundtable conversation, Big TV anchor Caroline Hyde speaks with Rivian CEO RJ Scaringe and Eclipse Ventures partner Jiten Bell. They're going to talk about the future of the EV business. That's coming up right now. Let's take a listen.
We welcome our global radio and TV audiences now. EV maker Rivian recently announcing it will be spinning out a new company called Also, with the aim to develop EVs for short trips. $105 million funding from Rivian and VC firm.
EV is a waste of time. All right, let's the take on Al Jazeera is talking about the fragile peace.
Minutes later, the sound of an explosion shattered the Friday morning calm.
This was the first strike on the capital since the ceasefire in November. So, how will Lebanon respond? I'm Kevin Hurton, and this is The Take.
I'm Nader Ghurban. I'm a Lebanese reporter working with Middle East Eye in Lebanon. I'm currently in the mountains, but usually I'm based in Beirut.
Nader, let's start with the latest. Israel has bombed a residential building in Beirut, the first strike to hit the capital since the November ceasefire. Now, this comes hours after several rockets were launched from southern Lebanon into Israel. So, Nader, give us the nuts and bolts. What do we know so far, and how did this play out?
So, essentially, when the Israeli strike hit the building in Dahir, obviously, it was preceded by hours of very long traffic. People were panicking. For context, people had gone back to their normal lives in Dahir at that point. It was not the war scene anymore. It was, it's still a very, very densely populated area. So it took hours for people to be able to get away from the scene. And once the strike hit, the building that Israel wanted to target was leveled. There was pretty much nothing left.
I looked at the map and it was near my home. I rushed to get my daughter out of school. It was horrific. Children and teachers were crying.
Lots of reports were saying that they wanted to target some underground weapons depot. We do not have much evidence or any real concrete proof of that just yet, but essentially not much was found so far. People had already escaped when the strike happened, and now they're just trying kind of to return to normalcy, but definitely they're very, very shaken.
So there was warning ahead of the attack.
There was a warning ahead of the attack, and they hit a few hours afterwards, not too long, but because it genuinely took so long for people to be able to leave.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen these images of the airstrike and the destruction, people fleeing for their lives. It's all very troubling. Now, Israel says that it flattened this multi-story residential building, claiming it was a drone storage facility. I've seen some preliminary video of people on the ground who are like, where are the drones?
Why would they hit unarmed people? Are there drones here? Where are the drones? It's all plastic all over. Why hasn't everything exploded when they hit? It's a proof that the enemy is a liar.
Has there been any evidence that this was actually a drone storage facility or anything in the rubble so far?
From what we know so far, no, there is no evidence of it being a drone storage facility. Israel has often been accused when they hit buildings of being in Dahir or in southern Lebanon or other areas of Lebanon to be attacking civilian infrastructure. And up until now, with the facts we have, there's no evidence of it being a drone storage facility.
Yeah, I mean, there might be explosives too, you would think, in a drone storage facility. Is anything maybe in the way that the building exploded? I mean, it's so far just no one can find anything.
Yeah, exactly. And that has been the case with many buildings in Dahir that were completely, bombed to the ground, leveled completely. There are many cases where people were not able to find anything. During the war, sometimes due to secondary explosions after a strike, it has led to some people believing that maybe there were actually weapons stored in certain buildings, or there were some cases where things were found, but in general, people have not been able to find much except, those who lived in the building trying to get their belongings, but we're not talking about weapons or Hezbollah ammunition here.
Okay, so these rocket attacks into northern Israel that preceded the Beirut bombing, Hezbollah says flat out it wasn't them. And Lebanon's president echoed that, saying all indications are that Hezbollah was not responsible.
Unfortunately, we have just received news about the south in Beirut and the return of escalation and tension and the return of Israeli aggressions on our country and near our capital. It is obvious that we declare our strong condemnation of this and reject any attack on Lebanon or any suspicious, malicious attempt to return Lebanon to the cycle of violence.
So this is prompting a lot of theories and this kind of mystery. If it wasn't Hezbollah, who was it?
Yeah, exactly. Lots of people are wondering that. Now, prior to the war, prior to October 2023, there would be some sporadic occasions where some armed Palestinian groups who operate in the camps in southern Lebanon would fire some rockets at Israel whenever things would get tense over there. Israel would usually reply by, hitting an open field in Lebanon or something like that. So that was one of the theories when the rockets were fired, that maybe it was another one of the loose Palestinian groups, but we do not know yet. And as you said, Hezbollah denied responsibility. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun said that all indications lead him to believe that it was not Hezbollah. So despite him being at odds with the group in several aspects, on that point, he seems to be on the same page as them, believing that if anyone is trying to reignite things with Israel, he does not think it's Hezbollah.
Right, then there's a lot of reasons to believe that is true. One is that the attack seemed to be quite amateurish, right? It was 2 rockets. It was very ineffective. Hezbollah, and also just the fact that Hezbollah traditionally, when they attack, they do take credit.
Yeah, exactly. And the Lebanese army found the rocket launchers. They, for lack of a better term, looked like very kind of primitive launchers, kind of built in a long triangle with aluminum.
There's breaking news that Bondi is seeking the death penalty for Luigi. So we'll see what happens here. There's going to be a White House press briefing soon here. I want to transition to the live now here. They're asking questions about judicial
injunctions. They're relatively new phenomenon, right? It's isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's fair to say nationwide injunctions became more commonplace in the 60s and 70s, and that is because Congress began authorizing general rulemaking by federal agencies, such as passage of Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act.
But there are several factors that led to the late development of it. One is a change in philosophy of what it meant to say that something was unconstitutional. For example, Professor Samuel Gray explained this at length in his article. Traditionally, when a court said something was unconstitutional, it meant the government could not enforce it against you. Over time, courts gradually began to say, no, that means you can't force it against anybody. The problem is that overlooks the role that a district court judge has both horizontally and vertically within the federal system. No one district court judge can bind the appellate court or the Supreme Court. No one district court judge in Maine can bind a district court judge or any judge in Alaska. And so, unfortunately, this practice developed, and we didn't have anybody stepping back and saying, no, wait a minute, are there constitutional, statutory, et cetera, limitations on it? And it has actually hurt both parties because each party has suffered through this process.
Thank you. Speaker Gingrich, as you mentioned in your testimony, between 2001 and 2023, there were 96 nationwide injunctions issued, of which 64 were granted against President Trump. Well, why do you think the courts have issued nationwide injunctions against President Trump with such frequency? It's kind of a question we're all pondering right now.
You know, one of my favorite books on the law is the Bramble Bush, which is the 1929 introductory lectures at Columbia Law School, and which draws a distinction between the law as it is practiced and the law as it is written. So let's just, at a common sense level, be honest. Donald Trump represents a profound fundamental shaking up of a very deeply resistant establishment, which can be traced back to Franklin Roosevelt in 1933. You take on a system that's almost 100 years old, the system fights back. The last great bastion of power held by the left is district court judges and their allies on the Supreme Court. And they're behaving as a historian. This is a perfectly natural thing. They're doing everything they can to stop the president, who was elected by millions of Americans. They were elected by no one. But under our system, they have a certain amount of power. Not nearly as much as the modern legal system believes, because the 1958 decision by the Supreme Court, which said we are supreme, is baloney. Supreme Court is supreme in Article 3. It is not supreme over the whole Constitution. And I think we're now going to face a genuinely important historic conversation as a country about whether or not unelected judges on a randomized basis, who happen to be 92% Democrat, have the power to stop the elected commander-in-chief on item after item after item. My guess is the American people will say to the legislative branch, you got to be kidding me. And if Justice Roberts wants to cut this off, you should act now, because this is going to get worse, not better.
Thank you. Mr. Larkin, I'll just finish up with a quick question about forum shopping. It's something that's clearly been happening, and we're used to it at the state level within the judiciary as well as at the federal level. I was wondering if you had a comment about that.
Sure. I mean, the problem is attempted to be avoided by having random assignment. But unfortunately, there are some times where there's only a limited number of judges in a particular district. And as the result, if there's only one, that's who you're going to get. If there are two, you have a 50% chance. And people wind up doing this, not surprisingly, because they think Judge A is going to give them a better likelihood of success. Now, you know, that's bad enough when what you're talking about is a damages action, because that damages action is going to result in a check, perhaps, that goes just to one party. It's different when you're talking about having one judge in any one town enjoying the entirety of the federal government across the nation.
We're listening to a hearing regarding some of these executive orders brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country. Thank you all for joining us here on this Tuesday, April 1st. My name is Cottrell. We are sliding away for another brief 2-minute break. A reminder that at the top of the next hour at noon, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 in the morning West Coast time, we are expecting a White House press briefing.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to play this France 24 segment on Trump and Harvard.
Will hold $9 billion in funding to Harvard, one of America's most prestigious universities. The targeting of the institution comes after it cut $400 million from Columbia University. The administration accusing both campuses of anti-Semitism, this after fierce pro-Palestinian protests broke out last year. Harvard's president has spoken out, saying if this funding is stopped, it will halt life-saving research and hinder scientific research and innovation at the university. We can now bring in Lex Paulson, lecturer in public advocacy at Sciences Po in Paris. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Why is it?
The reality of the situation is these elite institutions, like the Ivy League and the Ivy League Plus, should have been more receptive on making the campus during 2023 and 2024 more peaceful, and to prevent these protests from taking place from either side. The problem was that you had a student body at these universities that were all about disruption, and you had liberal mindset administrators and faculty that fueled it. So why are American taxpayer dollars helping these universities when they can't even control their own student body? With that said, I've met Garber. All right. I mean, I know who Garber is. So the reality of the situation is, you know what? There needs to be some retribution on what was happening on these campuses. All right. There needs to be some punishment. They can't just assume that there's not going to be some sort of financial disruption with their cash flows. So And why are we giving $9 billion to Harvard? Now, President Garber will say, well, this is research for life-saving, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, you should have thought about that when you had an out-of-control student body. Too late. You got to take the pain. And guess what? There are other universities that do just as good in research as Harvard. Harvard isn't the only one.
Trump administration doing this. I thought they were the defenders of free speech.
Oh, did you think they were the defenders of free speech? That's quite interesting. No, I think there's a game on the surface and then there's a deeper game going on. The game on the surface, of course, is the culture war, fighting this quote-unquote anti-Semitism battle as part of their war against what they look at as the woke universities.
It's not about freedom of speech on the campus. What happened on these campuses was that you had a student body that was preventing the normal order of operations, day-to-day activity with their protests. It prevented students from peacefully going from one classroom to another. These protests were going into classrooms and disrupting the classroom, going into the library and disrupting the library during exam weeks. So it prevented the orderly operation of the university under the disguise of this is freedom of speech. You want freedom of speech? Fine. But you don't have to do it on the campus. You can do it outside the campus. Why does it have to be on the campus? Because they were protected. They were protected. They couldn't have the municipality police come in because they were on private grounds. What happened was that the faculty allowed this to happen. What happened was that you had an administration that allowed it to happen. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism or whatever. The reality of the situation is if you had protesters saying negative things about blacks and against the BLM movement, do you think they would shut down those protests right away? Yeah. But if it's against someone else, let's say Jews, it's okay. It's okay to just continue on. So what they did was they hid. And you had a faculty that was willing to stoke the flames of this, because most of them are anti-Zionist. But the thing here is that these schools should not be getting the funding if they're going to be promoting this kind of hate to any group. Against the BLM movement, against Zionists, against Jews, against Muslims, against anybody. The students don't have a right for freedom of speech on the campus, especially when you are disrupting and preventing an environment where it's unsafe for the different students, the different student groups. And that's exactly what was happening at Harvard. That was exactly what was happening at Columbia, in UPenn, and MIT. So now they're all worried that big money is going to be pulled from them. Why didn't they think about this first? Because they thought that the Democratic Party would win the general election. They thought that they could get away with this and not have ramifications. It's time for Harvard to pay the price.
etc. That's the surface excuse for pulling this federal funding in with, of course, this federal funding relates to science and technology and nothing to do with politics, at least. But the Trump administration wants you to believe that they're intricate.
But we have thousands of universities in the United States, research institutions. You think all the major discoveries are coming out of Harvard? No. There are actually more discoveries coming out of the other institutions that are not Ivy League or Ivy League Plus that are very profound in cosmology or medicine. or the other hard sciences than what Harvard is producing. So let's stop the bullshit and think that only Harvard and only MIT and only the Ivy League are producing top-notch research. Actually, the other universities are doing just as well, if not better. So if you have lots of universities that didn't have this problem on campus, why not have them do the research and punish the universities that were out of control and couldn't control their student body? Why should they be given opportunity when they're literally trying to destroy the country? You think most of those protesters at Harvard were for God, country, and family? No. They want to kill babies in the womb. They don't care about God. And not only that, they don't really care about the country. You know, at the Harvard campus, you know, where John Harvard's statue is, there are flags that are put up, American flags that are put up. They put up a Palestinian flag on the pole during their protest. Is that God? Is that country? Is that family? Does that represent that? Of course not. So why should Harvard get $9 billion from taxpayer money? Oh, we do great research. Well, yeah, you do great research, but other universities do too. And they didn't have a problem on their campus.
There's a deeper game going on, which is that universities have always represented an alternative base of power and innovation and resources in America, and the Trump administration is systematically destroying all threats to its base of power, whether that is from the judiciary, from journalism, or from the universities. And so the deeper game is to make the universities as weak as the Trump administration can make them.
So what do you think these universities are going to do? Are they going to sit and conform, or are they going to stand up? Because let's be honest, Harvard has a huge endowment by itself.
Yeah, Harvard.
I heard from Dr. Sinclair from my own ears in the same room as him. He said, because he's part of Harvard research, especially tied to the medical school, guess what? Harvard is cutting half of their Ph.D. programs because of this. Half. The number of people that are in the Ph.D. programs in the hard sciences, truncated in half. And not only that, the labs are going to shrink because they aren't going to get the funding. The endowment is not going to fund it. Now let's see what these stupid assholes have to say.
Dollars it's sitting on it. If any university can survive 4 years of having its funding withheld from the federal government, it's Harvard.
This guy doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about. Yes, they have lots of money, but they're not going to fund it. They're not going to fund it. They're not going to fund the $9 billion loss. They're going to have a skeleton of research that's funded. They're going to have a skeleton crew for the labs, and they're truncating the hard sciences PhD program. That means if you want to get a PhD at Harvard, it's going to be harder to get in.
Different kind of university that existed a generation ago. A generation ago, around 40% of faculty positions were full-time tenured positions. So the whole basis of academic freedom in America are full-time tenured professors, meaning they cannot be fired on a whim, and their students. Investigating big questions, criticizing power. That's the basis of academic freedom. Well, that number of 4 in 10 academic tenured positions is now down to 1 in 4, and around 7 in 10 are contingent positions. What does that mean?
Why do they do that? They do that because they don't have to pay as much, and not only that, they can get rid of a professor if they're problematic.
which funds around 40% of all basic R&D research in America, has enormous and increasing leverage on universities that didn't have even 20, 30 years ago. So that means universities are weaker. The government is relatively stronger, but it does not excuse the universities from capitulating, as we've seen. The universities such as Brown, for example, the president of Brown, the presidents of Princeton, Georgetown, have been remarkably courageous in opposing publicly these actions by the Trump administration. So what I think the universities need to do is to unify and spend more time strategizing together and less time trying to.
What these universities need to do is they need to go back to their mission statement. Educate students, whatever discipline they want to go into. All right? The student goes in, they have their tuition paid somehow. They either pay it themselves or they get a loan or they get a scholarship, whatever. And the school teaches them those subjects to get the degree that they're shooting for. And if they want to do the whole political thing, yeah, they can have a student group and they can, talk, and do peaceful assembly. But when it becomes a non-peaceful assembly, which is exactly what happened on Harvard campus, it became unpeaceful, non-peaceful, all right? Then it needs to be shut down. The students go there to learn. The teachers are there to teach, not to indoctrinate, not to push some sort of agenda, some ultra-liberal agenda in minds that have nothing in it. They're like an empty vessel, and they just, basically, you have a student that knows how to score really well on the SAT, and they get a good GPA, they get into Harvard, they know literally nothing because they spent their whole childhood life studying for a test. And a ultra-liberal pours bullshit into their brain. So by the time that they're a sophomore or a junior, especially with the juniors, they get radicalized. And that's what we saw at Harvard. Now, do you think that Main Street is going to want to hire these people? Of course not. So the university has created a detriment for the student for allowing this bullshit to happen. And now the students can't get a job. Oh, so sorry. You got a $300,000 or $400,000 education for undergrad, and guess what? You can't get a good job. Sorry. Tough luck. You should have thought before you did all of these protests on the campus. Now, the school allowed it to happen. So they're complicit with this issue. But their mission is the school's mission is to teach based on the curriculum or the degree that the student is pursuing. That is it. If the student doesn't like a certain policy, they shouldn't be in some sort of bubble that's protected. They should be out on the street protesting peacefully. But what they wanted is a protective bubble on a private campus. So what it is that they want to be able to voice their opinion, but have no ramifications because Mother Hen, which is the faculty or the administration at the school, is protecting them. So do they really believe in what they're saying? When you're coddled? When you can say things when you're coddled? You can say, when someone says things and someone's protecting you from the ramifications, that's not being a leader. Being a leader is going into the breach and fighting for what you believe in. Not trying to find Mother Hen to protect you.
a capitulation strategy that will preserve their funding in the short term, which, as we know, is just a short-term solution. The Trump administration isn't interested in solving anti-Semitism. It's interested in weakening the university.
Because I want to talk about that point in itself, because we did see these pro-Palestinian protests which broke out across.
It's not about anti-Semitism. It's about an out-of-control student body and an out-of-control ultra-liberal faculty and administration. Because this will lead to other problems down the road. The anti-Semitism is just a canary in the coal mine. Why is it that the United States taxpayers need to be funding Harvard $9 billion when they have an endowment of $52 billion? Now, trust me on this. There is no way that they're going to spend just under 1/5 of their endowment to protect these laboratories and these funds that are pulled from the government. The endowment is not going to do it. The corporation is not going to pay for it. That means that these research institutions, these research programs are going to get cut. There's no way the corporation is going to spend $9 billion. No way.
Campuses, not only in North America, but also here in Europe. Some in the Jewish community did not feel safe, but at the same time, if you go ahead and withhold funds from these universities, won't it end up coming back and hurting the Jewish community anyways?
How?
The Jewish community, like
How?
all minority communities.
How is it going to hurt the Jewish community? How? Well, yeah, programs may be cut, and Ph.D. programs are cut, so those Jews may not be, getting their graduate degree at Harvard or something, but there are other universities that are going to be funded that don't have this problem. And it is a fallacy to assume that the best research is coming from Harvard. It's not. In some laboratories, there's some good research that is top notch, right? But not always. There are other schools that are doing top-notch research that are not Ivy League plus. It's a stupid mentality.
Can only suffer from an atmosphere of suppression, of otherizing, thinking that the people who criticize the government are threats. This is exactly the same climate of fear that was present in Europe in the 1930s, and that is present today when you look at what Putin or Orban or Trump are doing to demagogue, in this case, those who criticize Israel on the basis of their actions in Gaza. So no, this is not about making Jewish students feel more safe. Could universities do a better job of making their students feel safe? Absolutely, but that's universities' responsibility to create safe spaces, not just for protest, but for dialogue. And this is where universities really failed, including Sealspro, where I teach. If students see that the only way that they can protest injustice is to be in the street, they're going to go in the street. But if they see that there's another way that they can collaborate.
No, they won't. They won't go into the street because they wanted Mother Hen to protect them on campus. And that's exactly what happened. And then they knew that it was going to be all over the news, so they love the notoriety because we're a TikTok fucking generation.
In dialogue with key decision makers at the universities, I think they're going to do that. So universities need to be more proactive and more creative in how this student energy, this criticism of what they see as injustice, is channeled in a positive direction.
Lex Paulson, I covered the protests at Sciences Po last year, and I remember speaking to some foreign students, and they were worried because French authorities took pictures of their ID cards, so they were worried about if they would be deported. But we haven't had any reports of foreign students being deported. But what we are seeing over in the United States, the green card holder at Columbia University, Mahmoud Khalil, has been picked up by ICE. A Turkish student at Tufts University picked up by ICE. This is a Fulbright scholar. We had Columbia University student, a Ph.D. student who
But they were promoting terrorists in the rhetoric. So why are they here on a student visa promoting terrorism?
Deported because I showed up at her doorstep in New York. I mean, how is the administration justifying this? These are people who are there legally in the United States.
It's incredibly self-defeating. I mean, the advantage.
They're here legally. They're here legally because they're on a student visa, all right? But then they start having anti-American rhetoric. Why do they get the permission to have anti-American rhetoric and pro-terrorist rhetoric? Why should you be given the opportunity to get educated in the United States when you're promoting through your speech or through your writings terrorist activities? No, that's not the type of person that we want in our country. We should have that choice. So they basically came here on false pretenses. Did they come here legally? Yes. But that's only one piece of it. You got to be a modeled student and do your research, whatever it may be, but not to be engaged in the political rhetoric that may get you in trouble and have your visa revoked. You're here as a guest. If a guest comes to your house and starts saying bad things in your home, are you supposed to like keep them in your house? Of course not.
And France always had over closed societies like Russia or now Hungary or China is that bright, talented people want to go there and study and live and start businesses. This has been an incredible source of innovation, of discovery, of economic value for America and for Western Europe. People are literally dying to get to these countries, and to throw them out on the most flimsy pretext of their political unreliability. Again, it reminds me very closely of the atmosphere of the 1930s, and Trump has made it clear that any of the principles of the rule of law, fairness, free speech is not interesting to him. It is not at all part of his calculation. They want to win a culture war to create their reality TV show, and this is just one step in that process.
Because America, for decades, has been, as you said, attracting the top talent. It is essentially a soft power tool. The fact that people go to the United States for higher education, you study there, you forge friendships there, some end up working, but taking their skills back home, what have you. Is that no longer a priority anymore? And are European institutions going to be capitalizing on this?
I mean, who's the man doing more to destroy the federal workforce right now? Elon Musk. Where was he born? South Africa. Where did he go to get his education? America. Where did he start his company and create his billions? America. So it's case in point that the Trump administration has no principles.
Wait a minute. But Elon isn't on campus saying, death to the Jews. The problem here is that any protest, either anti-Semitic or anti-Islamic or even anti-Black, is unacceptable on the campus. The campus should be a place for learning, and if the students have some sort of desire to protest, it shouldn't be on the campus. It should be in the main street. That's where your freedom of speech is protected. But what they want is to be in a safe haven, so they don't have to deal with the municipality authorities. Because it's a private university.
Is a desire for power and a creative ability, I would say, to use principles to justify their position in the moment. When reducing federal power is what suits them, they say for reducing federal power. When raising federal power is what suits them, they're in favor of raising federal power. So this is not about any kind of question of principle. This is about purely a strongman approach to government. And right now, Donald Trump is winning.
So are institutions like Sciences Po going to lure in foreign students now?
Wow.
I think so. I think Sciences Po especially is one of the institutions in France that has done the most over the last 10, 15 years to internationalize, to attract foreign teachers, to attract foreign students. I myself have seen over the last 10 years of teaching there, an incredible development of the talent of the students have been attracted. So yes, I think as American universities suffer through this darkening period in American governance, I do think that other English-speaking universities, because English is the international language of science, whether that's in the UK, Ireland, Western Europe, Netherlands, Germany, are going to benefit.
Thanks, Paulson. Thank you very much for joining us on the program today.
Wow.
Pleasure to be with you.
Because if you look at the trajectory of all this, all of the immigration that's going on in the EU, guess what? Western society is dying and a caliphate is starting to take hold. That's a fact. All right, let's go to the White House briefing here.
Themselves, according to an Inspector General's report that was conducted last year, showing there was nearly $80 billion worth of fraud in this program. We know for a fact there are individuals who should not be receiving benefits on the Social Security rolls, and this administration is focused on cleaning out the waste, fraud, and abuse in every agency, but particularly in Social Security, to make it stronger for our tax-paying, law-abiding citizens who deserve these entitlements and programs. Because you did bring up DOGE, I do want to tout the incredible efforts that have been made at the Environmental Protection Agency. And Administrator Lee Zeldin is just doing a tremendous job. Just yesterday and today it will be going into effect. He announced that taxpayers will be saved $8 million in annual lease costs by moving staff out of the 323,000 square feet of space that the EPA currently occupies, which is completely unnecessary. Yesterday, Administrator Zeldin also announced he will be shutting down a museum that the Biden administration built to tell a selective story about the EPA's history and climate change. It was a real pat on the back to President Biden. And guess how much American taxpayers paid for it? $4 million for this museum that I think only 1,000 visitors saw last year alone. It would cost American taxpayers $600,000 per year to operate this museum. Well, it's not going to exist anymore. We're going to save taxpayers those critical funds. And Administrator Zeldin is very proud to announce that. And just at EPA alone, and the cuts that they have made, they've saved taxpayers more than $22 billion in wasteful grants and spending. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. When the president goes down to Florida on the weekends, does he ever hear from, there are so many retired folks down in Florida, does he ever hear from any retired Americans who are stressed about these wild swings in the stock market because of the tariff uncertainty, and they're sitting there on fixed income or living off of 401k, and they don't know how much money is going to be left?
Well, certainly they are legitimate concerns, and the president takes those concerns very seriously, and he's addressing them every single day. And tomorrow's announcement is to protect future generations of the senior citizens you mentioned. It's for their kids and their grandkids to ensure that there are jobs here in the United States of America for their children to live the American dream, just like they presumably did. And as for their worries about their 401ks, their Social Security, I just addressed Social Security. This president is always going to protect it for our tax-paying senior citizens. As for their 401ks, look at what President Trump did for you in his first term. He is working on implementing that economic formula every single day by lowering inflation, lowering energy prices, massive deregulatory efforts, while simultaneously effectively implementing tariffs. And they'll hear more about that announcement tomorrow.
And he said that the president right now is with the trade and tariff team. They are very confident that this is all going to work. But what if they're wrong?
They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades. And we are focused on restoring the golden age of America and making America a manufacturing superpower. And again, Peter, I would point you to the investments that have already trickled into this country. And the president hasn't even made his tariff announcement yet tomorrow. There have been billions of dollars in private investments from around the world pouring into American communities. What does that look like for those watching at home, for the people you mentioned, worried about their own economic circumstances? It means more jobs in your communities, which means more money, more investments, more money in your pocket. That's what the president is committed to. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the president's commitment to tax cuts, which we are counting on Congress to do, especially on Social Security.
And one more.
Sure.
Are the special elections today a referendum on the president?
I think first of all, as you know, I'm a government employee now. So I'm not very much allowed to comment on elections that are taking place. That's something to get used to, having just been on the campaign trail for quite some time. But the president is the leader of the America First movement and the MAGA movement. And that was made very clear on November the 5th when he received nearly 80 million votes. I could also say that it is the constitutional right of every law-abiding American in these places where these elections are being held to vote. And every American should exercise their constitutional rights. Sure.
Thanks, Carolyn. A few questions about this deportation case. First, I wanted to clarify something that you said to Jeff a few minutes ago. You said you'd seen evidence that this man was a convicted gang member. In what court was he convicted and for what?
This individual was an MS-13 ringleader. This individual was also engaged in human trafficking. And I'm glad you brought up this point again, because I would like to point out that if you just saw the headline from the insane failing Atlantic magazine this morning, you would think this individual was Father of the Year, living in Maryland, living a peaceful life, when that couldn't be further from the truth. They didn't even mention in the title of that article, or even in the first paragraph, that this individual is an illegal criminal who broke our nation's immigration laws. He is a leader in the brutal MS-13 gang, and he is involved in human trafficking. And now
let me just do a quick product plug here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagens. This is a powder. This collagen supplement you take every day. It's a big scooper. Take it once a day in soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie. Some people even mix it with milk. Here's the typical amino acid profile. This is a dual purpose product. It's going to help with your bones and your musculature. By doing resistance training and taking this every day, you're going to get stronger bones and healthier cartilage and joint health. But also it'll help with your skin, your nails, and your hair. All right. For it to help with the dermal layer, take the collagen every day, take the vitamin C that I have on my store and drink it with filtered water, about 64 ounces of filtered water throughout the day. And that's going to cross-link between the vitamin C and the collagen. And that's going to help with the dermal layer of your skin. That's how you improve your skin health with the collagen. So take this every day, do resistance training, and also build a better bone density. Now, I also have a box. It's called the Anti-Aging Skin Care Beginner's Box, or the Advanced Box, where you get the collagen and the vitamin C with the structural nanosilver gel in the Beginner's Box. And in the Advanced Box, you get everything in the Beginner's Box, but you also get C60 and resveratrol to help with the dermal layer. So the vitamin C, wait, let me rephrase that. The C60 and the resveratrol helps with the basal layer. The collagen and the vitamin C help with the dermal layer, and the structural nanosilver gel helps with the topical layer. I'm trying to speed up my talk here so we can go back to the show. I apologize for mixing that up. All right, but I have those two boxes, the anti-aging boxes, beginners and advanced. Great way to get your skin healthier. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Now, I was talking about the structural nanosilver gel. You can get the structural nanosilver gel in two ways, in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. It's a dual purpose product. It's going to help with your skin health. Like I said, you can apply it on your skin daily and then exfoliate later in the day, or put it on at night and then exfoliate in the morning. Put it on a wound. It'll help to heal the wound quicker. If you or someone else is not feeling well around you at work or at home, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can use it as an aftershave. Put it on your skin after you shave to help heal and soothe the skin. So it's a dual purpose product. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. Now, in the skincare boxes that I was mentioning, the beginners or the advanced, the anti-aging skincare box, beginners and advanced, you get the structural nanosilver gel with it. So taking these together is really important if you want proper skin. This is the topical. This helps with the dermal, especially if you cross-link it with vitamin C, with drinking filtered water. All right, let's go back to the White House.
Who made those claims in Congress?
Senator Jeff Berkeley and Rand Paul.
Okay, well, I would absolutely reject those claims. These Houthi strikes have been incredibly successful. Last time I was at this podium, there were more than 100 successful strikes. There have now been over 200 successful strikes against the Houthis. Iran is incredibly weakened as a result of these attacks. And we have seen they've taken out Houthi leaders. They've taken out critical members who are launching strikes on naval ships and on commercial vessels. And this operation will not stop until the freedom of navigation in this region is restored, which is a critical principle. And this president stands behind our Defense Department, who's doing a tremendous job.
Are they going to, is the White House going to confer with Congress going forward on this?
I would have to ask our team here at the White House, but the president is well within his authority, as is the Secretary of Defense. Again, these are defensive strikes. The Houthis have been launching attacks on U.S. naval vessels and commercial ships for quite some time. Go ahead.
Yeah. The pause on the Canadian and Mexican tariffs, fentanyl tariffs, that's set to expire tomorrow. Is the president considering extending that pause?
Look, I will let the president speak on the specifics of the tariffs tomorrow. But as for fentanyl, we have seen this has certainly caused a national security crisis here in the United States. Fentanyl continues to be the #1 killer of young people in this country, and the president is very much focused on that. Deanna.
Thank you, Caroline. The president recently signed an executive order on making D.C. safe and beautiful. On the campaign trail, he talked about making New York great again. Does he have any plans on establishing a similar task force? Has he been pressuring Governor Hochul in any way in his conversations about New York and lowering crime?
Well, he has been in correspondence with Governor Hochul quite a bit on the issue of crime, also on the issue of congestion pricing, and so many other issues that are facing New Yorkers. And he wants New York to clean up their streets just as he does here in Washington, D.C. He also speaks to Mayor Adams as well. So he's engaged with state and local leaders across the entire country to ensure they're doing their part to help American citizens in each and every state, regardless of if it's a red state or a blue state.
A question on Russia. Yesterday, the Russian government said that their new goal is 160,000 conscripts for the war. Has the president seen that number? And does he have any response given his recent conversations on peace talks?
Well, I can tell you what the president said last night, and that is he is frustrated with leaders on both sides of this war. He wants this war to end. There are men that are dying on both sides, and it's been going on for far too long. Our team continues to be engaged with the Russians as we are with the Ukrainians, and the president continues to be very, very much engaged on this topic every single day.
Caroline, the president said over the weekend that he couldn't care less if prices went up on foreign cars because people buy more American cars. There's been consensus from a lot of economists that these tariffs could raise prices on other goods as well. Is the president comfortable with Americans on Main Street paying more because of these tariffs?
The president is doing everything he can, and this entire administration is doing everything we can to bring down the cost of living in this country. An inflation mess that was fueled by the previous administration's reckless spending, overburdensome regulations that this administration is focused on slashing every single day. And just read you a statistic just from the Environmentally Protective Agency alone. We're saving taxpayers money that's ultimately going to drive down inflation. And we're unleashing the might of our energy industry, which will bring down prices as well. To the heart of your question, because this is very important to the American people, you should trust what this president did for you in his first term. He effectively utilized tariffs while driving down inflation. It was a record low 1.4% when he left office, and he's focused on getting back to that. It's unfortunate the previous administration left us in this mess. Sure.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna left the Freedom Caucus over their lack of support for a bill that would allow new parents to proxy vote around 12 weeks around the birth of their baby. Does the president support that bill?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually talked to the president about that bill, but I certainly can get a take on if he supports it or not.
Thank you. And one more. The DC Circuit ruled last week that the president can fire holdover Biden appointees of independent agencies. Will this ruling empower President Trump to dismiss more federal employees?
Well, the president has given the responsibility to his cabinet secretaries to hire and fire at their respective agencies, and they reserve that right. You saw the Secretary of Health and Human Services announce more layoffs today. This is all part of the administration's effort for a mass reduction in force in the federal bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. to save American taxpayers money. As for agencies within the president's executive authority, the president retains that right. And we've seen there have been bureaucrats at some of these agencies that have been trying to act independent. They need to remember who they work for. It's the executive of the executive branch. You look at the United States Institute of Peace, for example. There was a little bit of a standoff with bureaucrats over there who didn't want to realize who they work for, and that is Donald Trump. And President Trump is focused on streamlining these agencies to save American taxpayers money, and he has every right to do that. Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karen.
Yeah.
In Gaza, the bodies of 15 rescuers have been found in their sort of ambulances where they were apparently killed by Israeli forces. Just wondering if the White House is going to be calling on Israel to investigate that and to try and avoid similar casualties involving rescue workers in the future.
Well, as for the specific situation you just mentioned, I'll talk to the president about it in our national security team. What I can tell you is what I've spoken with President on. He very much remains committed to backing Israel. And it was only because of this president and his team's leadership that we had a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, that we were able to bring many hostages home. And the president made it very clear to Hamas, you get the hostages out, all of them, or there will be hell to pay. And Hamas is certainly witnessing what it feels like for all hell to be paid, and the president supports Israel's right to defend itself.
Progress at all on a ceasefire at the moment, as far as the president's concerned?
The president and his team continue to be engaged on this every single day. Sure. Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, related to that, if you have an approximate date for the president's first foreign trip. I think there was a little confusion yesterday about what month he was talking about. And then will he need a ceasefire to be in place or closer, either in Gaza or in Ukraine, before that takes place?
The president will be heading to Saudi Arabia in May. As for specific dates and details, we will be reading those out to you as soon as we possibly can. I know our teams are working on.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste that I offer. It has no fluoride. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line health, reduce inflammation, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing chances of cardiovascular disease and you're reducing your chances of valvular disease. A lot of people don't understand that when you get older and you have bad oral hygiene, you're increasing your chances of problems with your vascular system and your valves in your heart. Big issue with geriatrics. So please go to my store, get the structural nanosilver toothpaste, and help with your health the best that you can. This is the best toothpaste that you can get. There is no toothpaste that you can buy that is better than this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes for your household. Help support my work. Help support your health. It's a win-win situation. Anyone that purchases $150 or more of product from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, you will get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the toothpaste, get the other great products that I offer.
Secretary, over the trade and the tariffs. How many companies are mutually talking with the U.S. or countries are mutually talking with the U.S. to lower tariffs?
I don't have a specific number, but I can tell you there have been quite a few countries that have called the president and have called his team in discussion about these tariffs. But again, there's one country the president cares most about, and it's the United States of America, and doing what's best for the people who elected him to this office to restore their jobs, their wealth, and their prosperity. I'm looking at the clock. I have a heart out today. I have a heart out today because I'm actually heading over to the State Department with the First Lady of the United States. She will be delivering remarks at 1 o'clock this afternoon at the 19th International Women of Courage Award ceremony with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. It starts at 1. This is the 5th year Mrs. Trump is participating and standing with brave women leaders who embody American values abroad. And the First Lady, in her remarks today, will highlight the profound connection between the love and courage that will be shown by this year's honorees. I encourage everybody to tune in at 1 o'clock, and then we'll see you all tomorrow for Liberation Day. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Caroline. All right, so White House briefing, talking and getting a lot of
questions on the tariffs that will be imposed tomorrow. The White House calling it Liberation Day.
All right.
This is
the market is trading at now 5,621 for the S&P 500, and the VIX index is at 22.17. Oil is trading at $71.21 a barrel. All right. Let's go to Bloomberg.
By the way, if you're around your radio, your TV, your YouTube, you can count on us here on Balance of Power to keep you posted on the tariff news 5 to 7 p.m. later this evening, 5 to 7 p.m. on Liberation Day. I suspect we'll be coinciding with an announcement in the Rose Garden that's apparently going to be happening at 4 p.m. Closing bell, we turn our attention to the White House to get a sense of what's going to happen at the next opening bell. The Trump administration is making more news here when it comes to, I don't know if I can call them mass deportations, or what we just call them deportations, to El Salvador. A lot of controversy over the use, as we told you, of this old Alien Enemies Act a couple of weeks back. Alleged gang members put on airplanes, flown to El Salvador. A judge tried to have the plane turned around. White House kept it going. Since then, they've not been using the Alien Enemies Act. Case in point, Sunday night, 17 alleged gang members on a plane to El Salvador. 13, by the way, MS-13 and the Tren de Aragua gang members, according to the Secretary of State, who called this a counterterrorism operation. That's the grounds through which they are being removed from the country. 10 Salvadorans, 7 Venezuelans previously held at Guantanamo Bay. Those sent to El Salvador on Sunday, as I read in the Washington Post, had either been convicted of or had pending charges ranging from drug possession, theft to child sex abuse, and murder, according to officials at the White House. They're trying to be more deliberate in explaining why these people are being rounded up and sent out of the country. Because we've had some cases popping up where this may not have been the case, and in some cases, worrying people here about potentially innocent people being scooped up and shipped out. According to court papers filed this weekend, one of the men accused of belonging to the Tren de Aragua gang because of his tattoos was Andre Jose Hernandez Romero, a professional makeup artist who has often worked at beauty pageants and identifies as gay. Lawyers for Mr. Hernandez Romero, as I read in the New York Times, said his tattoos included one showing a crown next to the word mom and another of a crown next to the word dad. They say these were not gang tattoos and no evidence that he's affiliated in any way. He fled Venezuela due to persecution for his political opinion. His sexual orientation, according to his lawyer, and tattoos have an obvious explanation that has nothing to do with the gang. But right now, at a pretty dangerous place in El Salvador. This case was highlighted by Joe Rogan, of all people. Of course, a major Trump supporter helped to get Donald Trump elected. And he talked about it on his program.
I can't believe this is just horseshit. No one cares about this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I have been taking for decades, really important as an antioxidant, and slow down that aging process. Resveratrol will soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant, and by reducing the stress in the cell, it's going to help with the mitochondria, so you're going to have more energy. In addition, resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Getting rid of cells that are in senescence is going to help with the tissues to be younger for the tissues that can be rejuvenated, especially if you have adult stem cells in those tissues. So you're going to have more youthful gene expression with resveratrol. Resveratrol gets the max benefits when you stack it with a strong antioxidant like C60, or you can stack it with NAD+ or ubiquinol. So it's a great way to build a health protocol, a health stack that will slow down the aging process and reduce the stress on your cells. Now let's talk about NAD+ and ubiquinol. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels. NAD+ will increase your energy and help to repair your DNA damage. You get DNA damage over time
in your cellular DNA and your mitochondrial DNA. This will help to repair it. NAD plus will also help to protect your neurons. Extremely important when you get older. And it stacks well with resveratrol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Ubiquinol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of your mitochondria, so you're going to have more energy, reduce the stress in the cell, and it protects neurons. So it stacks well with NAD plus and resveratrol. Now you can take these separately, but like I said, if you stack them, you get the max benefits. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol, the NAD plus, and the ubiquinol. This is a great stack to reduce stress in the cell and to improve the health of your tissues. And when you're improving the health of your tissues and you're bringing down that stress and you're soaking up those free radicals and you're repairing the DNA damage, guess what? You're slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, protect your neurons and reduce the stress in your cells. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on the products in my store, you will get a free gift. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take advantage of that free gift until supplies last. All right. Let's go back to, I don't know. I don't really care about the MS-13 guy that was deported. I just don't really care. Let's take a look at. All right, I haven't played TV7 Israeli News in a while, so let's go to their latest broadcast.
Shalom from Jerusalem. This is TV7's Israel at War update. As we mark today, day 543 since October 7th of 2023, when the Islamist Hamas and its terror affiliates launched their onslaught and atrocities upon southern Israel. 59 hostages remain in Hamas captivity to date, and it seems like there is no breakthrough in the current efforts to reach some sort of deliberations about the potential hostage release in exchange for a ceasefire and other Israeli concessions. On that and more, next to me is TV7's editor at large, Mr. Emil Owen. Emil, what can you tell us about that?
So people are talking, but also fighting and shooting. Regarding the negotiations, which seem to be in a preliminary stage, Hamas is willing to release 5 hostages who are alive, one of whom is the dual national, Israeli and American, Idan Alexander, and in addition, several bodies of hostages who either died in captivity or whose bodies were abducted on October the 7th, in exchange for some 40 days of an extended ceasefire or perhaps more. For Israel, this is not enough. Israel insists on getting 11 hostages. This is probably half the number, 22 to 24, who are still alive, in addition to other bodies. And Israel will be willing to stop not only the fighting, but also the siege on Gaza regarding humanitarian aid, which Hamas is looting. But the major story of the day regarding fighting comes from Lebanon, where overnight the Israeli Air Force has struck a building in the Dahya quarter of Beirut, hitting a key operative of the so-called Unit 3900 of both Hezbollah and the Quds Force. Now, and he was in the process of generating a terror act in the immediate time frame, and this action was taken jointly by the IDF, the IAF, Shin Bet, and Mossad.
Indeed. Well, on that, we'll discuss very shortly. Before that, let's introduce two of our distinguished guests for today, Brigadier General in Reserve, Doron Gavish, who is the commander of the Israeli Air Force Task Force for Missile Defense, and retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, formerly an Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. It's great to see you both. General Gavish, we'll start with you on the southern part of Israel vis-a-vis the Gaza Strip. The Islamist Hamas has launched two projectiles, or attempted to launch two projectiles in the direction of Israeli communities. One launch was successful. I assume it was intercepted. You'll tell us more about that. And the second one apparently was failed. I saw the security camera footage of those two launches, and it seems like the second projectile actually fell within a Palestinian neighborhood.
Well, indeed, Jonathan, and you know, maybe this is the place to mention that 10% of the projectiles that were shot from the Gaza Strip toward Israel fell, what we call in the military, fell short, which means fell into the Gaza Strip, and this is 10% of around 25,000 projectiles that were fired toward Israel. So this is quite a large number. And of course, we all remember from the history during the beginning of the war that the Hamas said that there was a hit into one of the hospitals with a lot of casualties and so on. At the end of the day, we showed everyone by basically bringing the footages that it was done by the Hamas. So yes, it fell short. We see it quite a lot. Of course, what is concerning is that the Hamas is still trying to shoot here and there. We see that his capabilities, we can't even compare them to what it was in the past, but this is still a terrorist organization which is still there trying to arm and terrorize the Israelis. And this is why we have to remember that there is this goal of the war, which is basically that Hamas won't be anymore the ruler of the Gaza Strip, will be disarmed from his capabilities or will not be there. And this is something that we still have in front of us. And I think that Israel is very, I would say, keen to gain this goal. And with this administration, I think that we've been backed up in a way that we never been.
Thank you, General Gavish. General Kimmett, the Trump administration pretty much lays all of the blame on the Islamist Hamas, saying they can stop fighting today, they can return the hostages, and this war will essentially be over. With that being said, of course, Israel is ratcheting up its pressure on Hamas to accept Steve Witkoff's proposal, but it seems like Hamas remains obstinate on this matter, and Israel is pushing further in seizing additional territory for establishing a security belt or security zone surrounding wherever the Hamas terror operatives are currently situated in, alongside, as Mr. Owen has mentioned, the seizure of all transfer of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, which adheres, of course, to Article 23 of the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I think that's right. And it is certainly the case that the U.S. hasn't changed its position with regards to the situation inside of Gaza right now. Hamas is responsible. Hamas must abide by the terms of the ceasefire agreement. Hamas must return the hostages. So I don't necessarily see any type of shift in the U.S. policy. And of course, Steve Witkoff, who has done pretty good work up to this point, both in Gaza and in return of the U.S. Personnel hostage being kept inside of Russia. I think that it's just a matter of time. The U.S. is consistent in their views, and the U.S. at this point will remain consistent in its policies. I think if you're asking what D.C. is focused on right now, we're starting to watch with increasing concern about what's happening on the Egyptian border and the buildup of troops in that region, as well as the buildup in the dock facilities by the Egyptians.
Absolutely. On that, there was just a report that came out, Mr. Owen, with regards to subterranean infrastructure for the Egyptian military to store additional munition in contravention of the peace treaty of 1979. What can you tell us about that?
So Israel is torn between two impulses, if you may. Of course, legally, Israel can demand that Egypt follow both the letter and the spirit of the security annex to the peace treaty, which demilitarized the Sinai, especially in the eastern third of the desert adjacent to Israel, but also diluted the number of troops and pieces of equipment even west of that area towards the Suez Canal. And as Mark said, the preposition munitions. On the other hand, Israel is collaborating with Egypt against common threats and enemies. And also, Egypt is quite afraid of infiltration by Hamas operatives and other Palestinian sympathizers of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Which is a designated terrorist organization.
Of course, and poses a threat to Abdel Fattah al-Sisi's regime. And maybe they are preparing against the day where the Trump vision of a Gaza Riviera, whose inhabitants would go east, south, north, but including Egypt. Maybe they are preparing to hold them off. This is not a very good pretext, but for the time being, Israel is weighing its options and is waiting to see what's up. Another point, the Israeli forces in Gaza have exposed and demolished a long and deep tunnel the other day. And the question is, did they miss it when they were there earlier? Because it's almost a year and a half. Or did Hamas manage to build it now under Israeli eyes? And if that's the case, it's an ever standing cycle that Israel will never be able to find the very last tunnel and the very last rocket.
Unless, it goes down to what the Trump administration insinuated over the 15-year plan, that the Gaza Strip cannot be demilitarized unless you destroy everything and rebuild upon the territories, which is also the case for every other city in this entire region, if we put things into context historically. But nonetheless, General Kavish, when we're looking at...
Before we go to the general, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this dual-purpose product. This is olive leaf extract. This helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. How does it work? It brings down inflammation. When you bring down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. When you're reducing inflammation systemically, then what you're doing is you're helping with your immune system. Now, olive leaf extract also brings down LDL levels and helps boost up your HDL levels. That means that you're improving your total cholesterol, reducing plaque formation, because less LDL gets oxidized, and when you have less LDL, less plaque formation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract, help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. This is a great dual-purpose product. If you purchase $150 or more on my store, you will get a free gift until supplies last. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you purchase an anti-aging box or a longevity box, they have a built-in discount compared to purchasing the products individually, and you can apply the discount 5 on top of that. So it behooves you to actually buy an anti-aging box or a longevity box. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. And again, purchase $150 or more and you get a free gift.
Egyptian deployments. And on the one hand, the northern deployment of the Sinai Peninsula, I understand, because this population there that used to be part of the Muslim Brotherhood as part of Ansar Beit al-Maqdis, subsequently pledged allegiance to the Islamic State, and then lived off basically smuggling munitions and other types of goods from the Sinai Peninsula into the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip, is now jobless, pretty much, and therefore the Egyptian military has deployed there a large force to establish friction with the local population to ensure that nothing gets out of hand. Then you have another deployment not far from the border with Egypt, south of the Egyptian side of the town of Rafah, and then another deployment near the Suez Canal, as Mr. Owen mentioned. All of those deployments, of course, are to a certain degree understandable, but again, talking about the storing of strategic munitions is something that does raise questions, and that point mentioned by General Kimmett is a valid point.
Well, you're right, Jonathan, and I think that Israel is living with this tension between, from one hand, the importance of keeping the peace with Egypt. Egypt is a strategic partner of Israel. The relations between Israel and Egypt is super important, not only with Israel, by the way, also, of course, with the CENTCOM and United States overall. I would say those Arab countries which are leaning toward the West. So it is a super important country. But then from the other hand, we know that unfortunately things could change. We remember in the recent history when the Muslim brothers took over, they won an election, but kind of took over Egypt, and this was, I would say, very frightening days, months for all of us, because it could go to a very dangerous places. So we for sure we need to look and watch, but I think at this point, and going back to what you noted while asking this question, is that we could see that there are good reasons for what they are doing. We can understand what are the incentives behind what they are doing, and it is also serving Israeli interests. So very complex, like everything in our region, but I think this is worldwide to mention with regard to Egypt.
General Kimmett, still on the same topic of Egypt. Egypt is, of course, surrounded by many conflicts, all the way from the Libyan conflict, where it's in support, of course, of Colonel Haftar, who has still faced their main rivals in the Tripoli central government that is pretty much a Turkish forward base. Then we're talking about Sudan, where Abdel Fattah al-Burhan is remaking some gains, but the Iranians are there, the Turks are there, the rapid forces of Haftariyah are still posing a significant danger also to Egypt itself, and the Ethiopian question, where the Egyptians see it as a national security challenge, particularly about the Renaissance Dam. It seems like the Egyptians are in a very uncomfortable position, particularly also with the economic challenges that derive from the Yemeni conundrum, where it's still locating the strategic strait of Bab el-Mandeb and the adjacent waterways, with seafarer traffic going down to very low numbers, impacting the Egyptian economy in particular.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The amount of money that's not coming from the Suez revenue base is extraordinary. And all of this, unfortunately, causes me to say, what does Sisi want? Well, if there's any country that recognizes the danger of a deployment without clearly explaining why they're deploying, it's Egypt, because of what has happened in history in terms of their tendency to try to promote sneak attacks. So candidly, I can't see any reason why Sisi is doing this, and I certainly hope the diplomats are talking to each other for the purposes of tamping down the tension, for the simple reason that nobody would gain from the Egyptians trying to conduct any military operations with, as what you say, trouble on all their other borders. The last thing they need is a fight with Israel and, by extension, with the United States.
May I just interject? First of all, Jonathan, you demoted Field Marshal Haftar, and the guy worked so hard to give himself this elevated rank. Please let him call himself Mushir, Field Marshal, whatever it is.
I retract and promote him to...
Yes, we don't want to get in a fight with him. Now, regarding the Egyptian forward deployment, of course, it could pose a danger, but also it brings the target closer to our fire. So if war starts, they better not have their targets so close to us. It works both ways.
Well, at a time when grain is scarce due to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine impacting the Egyptian capacity to feed their own people, with growing amounts of natural gas flowing from Israeli reservoirs towards Egypt, with Israel's technology granting the Egyptian agricultural fields a very significant boost, and of course the servicing which the Israeli companies provide the Egyptians is vital for their continued capacity to feed their own people. Again, I don't see this occurring, since it would be suicidal for the regime, but nonetheless those are points that need to be raised. Let's shift gears to the strike on the Hezbollah terror operative. General Gavish, the strike overnight was quite impressive. It pinpointed exactly this terror operative, Hassan Badil, who ultimately provided Hamas directives, the Islamist Hamas, in order to target a commercial, carrier in Cyprus, an EU member state, once again indicating that the Iranians stop at nothing to conduct their belligerence even on European soil.
Well, you're fully right, Jonathan. We're talking about Hassan Ali Muhammad Badil, who was a leader and operative in the Unit 3900. And it is important to say that it is the Quds, Iranian Quds, and Hezbollah forces, a combination of the two of them. So we see the Iranian involvement here, but what is also dangerous from the Israeli point of view are two main points. One of them is that we knew that he's planning something now, probably because of the holidays which are coming also. So the reason that Israel acted is because this was a direct threat to Israel, which is around the corner. The second thing which is important to say, that although we have a ceasefire with the Hezbollah and we are looking to see what will happen with Iran, under the ground the war is continuing, and they are doing everything to terrorize Israeli and to plan for terror acts, and this time overseas, it might be in Europe, in South America, or in some other places in the world, in order to kill Israel. And this is what they are trying to do. And this is also, going back to the point that we've already mentioned more than once, that Israel changed its strategy. If our strategy was in the past decisiveness during a war, alert, active defense, passive defense, deterrence, all those things, today, even without saying it officially, we have a new pillar in our strategic design or defense strategy, which is the denial pillar, which means we are going to deny any potential threat toward Israel. For sure, if it is an immediate one. We see it in Lebanon, we see it in other places, and this is a very important change. We have to say that Israel basically, unfortunately, the lesson learned came out of the 7th of October in the last war, but I think very important lesson learned for the national defense of Israel.
During this war, to be exact, because we're still in the extension of this war. But General Kimmett, for lack of time, let's shift gears to Yemen. What is the current status vis-a-vis the CENTCOM operation against the Houthis in Yemen?
Yeah, again, as we said, I think the U.S. policy remains status quo. You know that we're bringing a second carrier task force into the region for the purposes of not only assisting potentially an outgoing carrier task force, but also to augment, depending on Iranian operations and Iranian concerns. I would just make one quick point about what General Gavish said. I don't think you're actually promoting a new pillar of denial. Denial is somewhat passive. It's almost as you're waiting. I think you actually are promoting a pillar of preemption, which is what the United States did after 2001, where we said we're no longer going to wait.
We'll continue on with the general, I believe. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. This is a supplement that helps for gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle and to help with your mitochondria. All right. Myotrol has polyphenols, lignans, and flavonoids to help with that gene expression. Now, when you get older, you start to atrophy your muscles. All right. It's harder to maintain muscle mass and it's harder to gain muscle. Myotrol is going to help you build that muscle. Now, this stacks really well with Gladiator barley, because Gladiator barley is a high-density protein, and that would be the building blocks to build the muscle. So you do resistance training, you got the high-density protein to build the muscle, you have the Myotrol to help with the gene expression to build the muscle. Now, Myotrol can be used for people that are 40 years of age or older, do some resistance training to maintain and build muscle. But it can be also used by athletes, younger or older, to improve their athletic performance. So take Myotrol if you're an athlete, younger or older. It works really well if you stack it with the Gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost for those athletes. But if you're not an athlete and you're just older and you just want to improve building muscle, taking Myotrol and taking the Gladiator barley to get the max benefit of building that muscle. It'll speed up the process. If you spend $150 or more on my store, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, use discount 5 and you get $5 off, and get healthy. Follow these ways to stack and these holistic approaches to maintain your health and longevity. Now, when you do these protocols, you're going to be slowing down the aging process. You're going to be boosting up your immune system, and your organ systems are going to perform better. Right here is a perfect way to improve your muscular skeletal system. Now, when you're doing resistance training, a lot of people don't realize that it's important to do back muscles. All right. A lot of people just do the front core, but you need to do the back core too. All right. Back muscles are really important for people that are older, and that will prevent you from slouching. And when you have a better posture, you're going to have better blood flow between your upper extremities and your lower extremities. And not just that, you're going to have better lymph flow. So your lymphatic system, all right, will take lymph and pump it through and then eventually dump it back into your venous system. But if you're crunched over, slouched over because of bad posture, weakened back muscles and osteoporosis, but if you're slouched over, your blood flow is impeded and your lymph flow is impeded. So that's bad. So improving your back posture by gaining muscle in your back, your posture will improve, your blood flow will improve, the flow going from your aorta down into your legs, right? and then coming back up through your venous system back into the right side of your heart, your right atrium, that flow is going to be improved, and that lymphatic flow will improve. That means your immune system is going to improve, your blood flow is going to improve, your perfusion of your body is going to improve. A lot of people don't realize that, part of geriatric decline is lack of energy, a weakening of the immune system, free radical buildup, and this lessening of the flow of your blood and of your lymph. If you improve all those things that I just said, by boosting up your energy levels, by soaking up free radicals, by improving your mitochondrial health, by improving the blood flow, by working out and improving your posture, and improving your lymphatic system, that's going to improve your immune system, and your overall health is going to improve. It's a holistic approach. I am not wrong on this. Trust me, and you will be healthy in your geriatric years. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Cottrell, build that muscle, but not just leg muscles and arm muscles and chest, right? Or abdomen, but you need to also work out your back. Get those back muscles improved so you have that better posture. And a lot of other things will benefit in your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Cottrell, spend $150 or more, and you get a free gift.
The terrorists can come to us, we will go to them, and it certainly seems that is what Israel is doing now.
Absolutely. Well, Yemen is, of course, a foreign extension of the Islamic Republic of Iran, so is Hezbollah, so is the Islamist Hamas, and much of the belligerents that we're seeing around the region. Mr. Owen, when we're talking specifically on the Iranian file, we have 4 minutes left for all three of you, so let's keep it 1 minute for each. What can you tell us about the most important events that occurred in the past 24 hours?
We see it not only in the past 24 hours, but throughout the last week. President Trump has been threatening Iran. He's speaking loudly and carry a small letter which he sent to Khamenei. And the response was, as is usual with the Iranians, opaque. No, we will not negotiate with you Americans directly, but indirectly through Oman. That's fine. So they are circling each other, the Trump administration and the Khamenei regime, trying to find a way to restart the negotiations on a new, improved, from our point of view, JCPOA. And eventually, if that does not succeed, President Trump threatens that by June 1st, bombs may start falling on the Iranian nuclear infrastructure. So we have less than 2 months to find whether it's true.
General Gavish, both defensively and offensively, Israel is preparing for this. So is CENTCOM. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Israel is preparing itself for years. And unfortunately, during this war, we are also experienced because we striked twice in Iraq. So if this would be needed, Israel would know how to do it. And of course, the defensive efforts are there. Also, unfortunately, very experienced. We stopped the Iranians twice from attacking Israel we didn't stop the attack, but we did stop their capabilities, and the hits in Israel were insignificant at all. So offensive and defensive, Israel is prepared.
General Kimmets, the Ayatollah regime has relayed some interesting messages, including posting them in various European and Western media, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard is trying to promote a preemptive strike against the island of Diego Garcia to target American capabilities there. Of course, it seems delusional and just trying to deter the United States, but is this going to help them in any way?
I can't see that would help anybody but their own guard force feeling good about themselves without sounding too much like Ronald Reagan or George Bush. Bring it on. That would end any discussion about where we stand. Look, on this issue of the letter, I think it's important to understand that we've got to be very careful. Right now, in Oman, we're negotiating on negotiations. The U.S. intelligence community, all of our intelligence communities, need to be very, very careful that that's not simply used as a stall technique to develop their capability. Secondly, if that's not proven, they are not using that as an opportunity to break out. I think you will not see us go straight from failure of negotiations to the beginning of the conflict. I think there's a middle phase there where the United States will, rather than go for the warheads on foreheads, will try to choke the Iranian economy through a much stronger maximum pressure campaign. The maximum pressure campaign we've used so far could hardly be called maximum. There are a lot of other areas of weakness within the Iranian economy where we can do far more damage. So I see step one, negotiate on the negotiations, and if that branch results in the negotiations, let's see where it goes. Step number two, maximum pressure campaign, unless it's determined that they are stalling for time before we move on to step three, which would be the ultimate, which is warheads on foreheads.
This is going to be a major theme in President Trump's trip to Saudi Arabia and Qatar in the coming weeks.
Indeed. Well, this is all the time that we have for today. I'd like to immediately thank General Kimmett, General Gavish, and Mr. Owen for all of your insights. I'd like to thank all of you.
All right, we're going to be going to. I want to go to CBN News. They're talking about nuclear Iran. But before I do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. The Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog, really important, so you can concentrate on your work or school, or even if you're retired. Getting rid of that brain fog is really important. Drink filtered water. That will also help. You want to reduce your exposure to particulate matter in your water, so filtering your water is really important. Also, stay away from processed foods. Take Clarity Factor, get rid of that brain fog, and also...
I found some web results. I can show them if you ask again from your iPhone.
Clarity Factor, I don't know why she does that, but Clarity Factor will also help with memory support. So getting those neurons firing properly, and you when you're concentrating and you're learning new things and you're getting better blood flow, those are all positive for neuroplasticity, what I call positive neuroplasticity. Negative neuroplasticity is when your dendritic connections, your neural connections start to recede. But when you get older, they start to recede, and you're producing less neurotransmitters and just less neuroactivity. And your memory starts to decline. You start to think slower, and actually your other bodily systems start to decline as well, especially regulation of the body. So you want to have that positive neuroplasticity. Now you get that positive neuroplasticity by getting better blood flow, taking the proper supplementation like Clarity Factor, drinking the filtered water, staying away from processed foods, and then you also want to do these 4 modalities for exercise. You want to do resistance training because that's activating neurons in a certain way. You want to do cardio to get the better blood flow to your brain. You want to do stretching and balancing exercises. All 4 modalities do different things for the neurons. Right? By balancing, you're activating your cerebellum, really important. When you're stretching, you're actually activating different types of neurons than just building muscle. So it's really important to do the 4 modalities of exercise on top of learning new things. When you start to learn, read, write, stay away from too much of the computer stuff. And what will happen is you're going to have proper neuroplasticity. You're going to have better positive neuroplasticity. That's going to allow you to sleep better. That's going to allow you to have better memory. You'll have better cognitive function. Really important. So please take Clarity Factor and use that holistic approach that I mentioned to improve your neurons. This stacks really well with NAD+ and ubiquinol because they help to protect your neurons. And Clarity Factor stacks really well with C60 because C60 brings down the free radicals in the neuron and helps with the mitochondrial health of the neuron. Really important to have high ATP levels and lots of healthy mitochondria for your neurons to have the positive neuroplasticity. So please take the Clarity Factor, improve your neurons, but apply a holistic approach, and you're going to slow down this aging process. Aging happens at the cardiovascular level. Aging happens at the bone level. Aging happens at the neural level. There's lots of different systems that age at different rates, depending on how your body is and the different lifestyle that you have. So, you can be technically younger cardiovascularly, but older hepatically, or vice versa. All right. Your body doesn't age at the same rate everywhere. All right. That's a key point that a lot of people don't know. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Clarity Factor, help with your neural health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, spend $150 or more, and you get a free gift until supplies last. And use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's play this. I don't usually play CBN News, but I want to get their take on this nuclear Iran warning.
Do not buy new windows if you live in New York. Americans living in zip codes starting with 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 are being paid.
Iran is now making new threats against the United States and Israel. The Ayatollah said removing Israel is, quote, a religious and moral duty.
Meanwhile, President Trump announced that his first foreign trip will be to the Middle East. CBN's Julie Stahl has the story.
Iran is ramping up the rhetoric and threatening U.S. forces in the region.
The Americans have at least 10 bases and 50,000 forces near Iran. This means they are sitting in a glass room. Someone sitting in a glass room would not throw rocks at others.
Iran's supreme leader promised retaliation after Trump threatened to attack Iran if they don't agree to a nuclear deal.
I might get it, but if they do, they will definitely receive a firm reciprocal blow.
He also called for the destruction of Israel.
It's a religious, moral, and human duty for everyone to work toward removing this wicked criminal entity from the region.
Despite all the tough talk, Trump's still holding out hope Iran is going to come around.
I can't imagine them doing anything else but making a deal. I would prefer a deal to the other alternative, which I think everybody in this plane knows what that is. And that's not going to be pretty, and I do not prefer that.
Ben Cohen of the Foundation for Defense of Democracy says Iran has so much uranium ready to go into nuclear bombs, Israel and the U.S. can't just sit by.
You've got a situation now where Iran has about 275 kilograms of weapons-grade enriched uranium. That is very risky. And so, yes, of course, every day that goes by without some kind of diplomatic resolution whereby Iran effectively surrenders its nuclear facilities and its nuclear program, every day that doesn't happen, we get closer to a military strike.
Monday, Trump announced details of an upcoming trip to the Middle East.
It could be next month, maybe a little bit later, yeah. And we're going to Qatar, and also we're going to possibly a couple of other countries. UAE is very important, and Saudi Arabia, the three of them, and then we'll go other places also. But in the Middle East, those seem to be the three.
Meanwhile, Israel and Hamas are trying to work out a new ceasefire deal. Israel is demanding 11 more hostages, but Hamas is offering only 5. The Israeli military is continuing to expand its operations against Hamas as negotiations continue. The IDF warns civilians in Rafah to flee before it hits targets there. Some civilians have just plain had it with the war.
We're dying. There is no food, no drink, no electricity, no medicine. People are being displaced. Where do we go?
On Monday, the IDF said it had destroyed a more than half-mile Hamas tunnel route and located a workshop for producing rockets and launchers. Julie Stahl, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Well, Chris Mitchell joins us now from Jerusalem. So, Chris, what are the challenges of an attack, a U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities? Is that an easy job, or describe what would happen?
No, I think it's a pretty formidable job, Gordon. First of all, the facilities are buried deep underground. That's why the B-2 bombers are so important that have been sent to Diego Garcia. Those are 30-pound bombs. They're called a massive ordnance penetrator, 20 feet long, 3 feet wide, and they can go through about 200 feet of rock. And now the reason also it's hard is that these facilities are spread throughout the country. The reason Iran did that is that they know what happened in 1981 and 2007. 1981 is when Israel destroyed the Iraqi nuclear reactor at Osirak. In 2007, Israel destroyed the Syrian nuclear reactor. So they had their facilities spread out. So it's a complicated operation, and it could be why President Trump gave 2 months for Iran to respond to his offer so that Israel and the U.S. could coordinate attack plans. The good news for Israel, they destroyed much of Iran's air facilities, air defense facilities. They did the same thing in Syria, and so we'll see what happens. But it seems, Gordon, we're just getting closer and closer to the race about a confrontation that we've been anticipating for quite a long time.
Just as a note of caution, are we too confident that these bombers can actually stop the production of uranium?
Well, some of these facilities are not only hundreds, but maybe thousands of feet underground. So maybe they can't get there. Maybe they would have to actually just destroy the entrances and the power stations that are close to these facilities. It's not an easy job. It is complicated. I don't think we're overconfident, but I think the U.S. and Israel realize the challenges that it faces by doing this and trying to at least degrade Iran's nuclear facilities. But they seem to be doing all they can, at least in preparation, with all this air armada there built on Diego Garcia, about 3,000 miles away from Iran.
Well, given that buildup, given the current talk from President Trump, and then what we just heard from the Ayatollah, he doesn't seem to be backing down at all. So let's just assume the worst, that a bomb strike happens. What retaliation could we expect from Iran?
Well, they're promising. They're promising ballistic missiles, and they just released a video of an underground missile city with literally hundreds of missiles. On the other hand, Gordon, they've attacked Israel twice this year with ballistic missiles. On April 13th, 2024, October 1st. We were here for both of those, and they were actually both spectacular failures. About 300 drones, ballistic missiles, and UAVs sent here. They almost were all shot down or missed the target. They also threatened to hit Diego Garcia, but that's probably too far away. What they could do, Gordon, is other ways they could retaliate is terror attacks within the U.S. We understand they have sleeper cells there, and also cyber warfare to the U.S. infrastructure. But the ballistic missile threat doesn't seem to have the teeth it did before last year when they failed to really do much of any damage here to Israel or to the surrounding area.
Well, let's turn to Gaza. There seemed to be hope that there were protests inside Gaza that all against Hamas, and perhaps the population would rise up and throw them out. But I'm hearing reports that Hamas is now cracking down on the protesters. What's the latest on the ground?
Well, we're not seeing those protests anymore, as you said, Gordon. And why? I think it can be told through the story of one person in Gaza. His name, Yudai El-Rabi. He blamed Hamas for what he calls the disaster in Gaza. He actually recorded a video warning that Hamas was after him because of his criticism. He was in hiding. However, Hamas captured him. They tortured him. They dragged his body through the streets. They left his body at his family's house. At his funeral, many were crying out, Hamas, out. His father blamed Hamas for the media. And this is all on Palestinian Media Watch. They released this video. They called it a death of dissent. And that, Gordon, it's just the tragic history of Hamas's tactic in the Gaza Strip, torture, intimidation, murder, all in an attempt to stay in power and control the people. So I'm not sure we're going to see many of those demonstrations in the near future.
Well, Chris, thanks for the eyewitness accounts of what's happening on the ground in Jerusalem. And my hearts just go out to the people in Gaza. They just seem to be trapped in this situation. I remember back when Hamas first was elected, they took members of the rival party, the Fatah party, and they took them to the tops of buildings and threw them over. They wanted to completely eradicate them from having anything to do with the society. They wanted to kill them all. I still don't understand how the world community can support them. These things just make no sense. It's the face of evil, and it just keeps coming again and again and again.
All right. I'm going to go to geopolitical futures, America's tariffs, and today's global system. But before we do that, let me talk about C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's part of my protocol. The first pillar of this core protocol is taking Max 35 or Max 14 to boost up your immune system. C60 is the second pillar to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system. And the fourth pillar, which I will be talking about shortly, is the boomer boost that will boost up your energy levels and boost up your metabolism. So let's talk about the second pillar here. C60 is an antioxidant, very potent antioxidant that is suspended in a lipid, an oil. Now you can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or avocado oil. C60 has to be in an oil for you to be able to absorb it. So take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. It'll soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you will recover quicker. Now, take a teaspoon a day, every day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. The higher ounce configuration is cheaper per ounce. So you save money if you purchase a higher ounce configuration. Now, take a teaspoon a day, every day, and what will happen is it's going to soak up the free radicals, boost up your energy levels. It's improving your mitochondrial health, reducing stress on the cell and on your tissues. So your organ systems, your immune system, and your endocrine system is going to perform better. It will also improve your neurons. Your neurons have lots of ATP and get stressed and have oxidants floating around. C60 is going to soak up those free radicals, those reactive oxygen species in your neuron, improve your energy levels in the neuron. The ATP is going to go up, and your mitochondrial health, which is really important for your neurons, will improve. That means that you're going to have more neurotransmitters to fire off, and with better cognition, better firing of these neurons, the better neuroplasticity will happen. All right? You're going to have this positive neuroplasticity, especially when you get better blood flow, as I mentioned before, and you start learning new things and activating different neurons, especially with the 4 modalities of exercise. So please take C60 every day. It's really important. All right. And you're going to actually see that your body's performing better. And over a year of doing this, you are going to see visible signs of slowing down your aging. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a teaspoon a day. I've been doing this for a very long time, way before even 2020. All right. I think I started taking C60 in, I think it was 2016. All right. Now, C60 is a very potent antioxidant, and it works even better if you follow my protocol. All right. So please
take this every day and stack it with some of the other supplements that I have. And I tell you why, and why you stack them the way you do, all right? You want to soak up those free radicals. You want to bring down that inflammation. You want to neutralize pathogens. You want to boost up your metabolism. When you do these things, you're going to have more energy and you're going to have a better immune system. And you're bringing down that inflammation. You're going to slow down the aging process. That means your body's healing. And if you have a better immune system, guess what? You can fight things better. All right? So please, go to my store, take the C60. This is an essential for your health. All right? Take a teaspoon a day, every day. If you buy $150 or more from my store, you do get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. And if you purchase an anti-aging box or a longevity box, the boxes are designed at a lower price point compared to buying the individual products on my store. You'll save money that way. You can apply discount 5 on top of that. And if you purchase $150 or more, you do get a free gift even if you purchase an anti-aging box or a longevity box. But you have to buy $150 or more. So please go to my store, help support my work, and help support your health. Follow these protocols that I have. All right, they work. All right, it's obviously work. I mean, you're watching me for the last 5 years or longer, and you notice that, you know what, Dr. Paul Cottrell is not aging very fast. All right, the aging process is much slower. Now, I tell you why that is. I'm telling you what I take. Everything that I mentioned, I take. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and follow this holistic approach. It works. But if you don't want to take the time and eat properly and do the protocol and take the supplements on a regular basis, you know what? You're harming yourself. I just gave you the ingredients on how to get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Now let's take a look at Trump, a balance of power. I'm not sure if balance of power is... All right, let's go back to balance of power here.
Robert McWhorter, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's good to have you, Robert. When we consider this whole notion of nationwide injunctions, obviously it is not a new thing for judges to be able to impose, though, even if the subject matter pertaining to the Trump administration is hotter than it may be in other instances. What would be lost if judges' ability to do that was taken away?
Well, good morning. Look, first of all, the people who are part of this Trump coalition had no problem at all running to district courts and getting nationwide injunctions against the Biden administration immigration policies. And you can specifically refer to Greg Abbott in Texas, who ran to one district court down in the Southern District of Texas, which was very open to these things, and they issued nationwide injunctions all the time. This is how this goes. This is not judges out of power or exercising too much power. There's a simple mechanism when there's an injunction. You ask for an emergency hearing before the Circuit Court of Appeals and ultimately possibly the U.S. Supreme Court, and you can overturn that injunction if you can ask those judges and impress upon those judges that you should have that injunction overturned. It's just the way the system works. They just don't happen to like it because Donald Trump is getting a lot of these injunctions issued because his positions are constitutionally very bad. So, that's just the law, and now they're complaining about the referee. They're getting a call against them, and they're spending all the time complaining about the referee. That's all that's going on here. Well, is the referee's life about to change here, Robert? Because it's pretty clear that impeaching judges will not be the answer. And it's interesting, Darrell Issa in this hearing had Newt Gingrich, in fact, testifying, the former speaker. They call these resolutions to impeach judges political symbols, not legislative symbols. This is legislation and could be important for judges going forward. If it passes, what will be the impact? Yeah, first of all, on the question of impeachment, our country does not impeach judges because we don't like their rulings. That precedent was established during the impeachment trial of Samuel Chase in 1805. And even his political opponents, including Aaron Burr, voted not to convict him on articles of impeachment in the United States Senate because they believed in the principle that you do not attack judges for their rulings. You can impeach a judge if he's, for instance, taking bribes or something like that, but not for the rulings. Now, on the question of limiting a court's jurisdiction, the Constitution at the start of Article 3 says that the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in the Supreme Court and such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. Which means that the Congress could presumably get rid of district courts and circuit courts of appeal because they have that power. Limiting the jurisdiction is also a possibility, but that's a double-edged sword because next time when they want an injunction against a Democratic president, that power will now be gone because they've gotten rid of it. So, those injunctions serve a useful purpose. What it says is, hey, put everything on hold until we have a chance to hear the merits of your case, because if we don't put it on hold, then somebody's position or somebody's interest will be destroyed by the passage of too much time and the continuing unconstitutional actions. So, yeah, I suppose the Congress could do that. They could limit the courts, but if you limit the courts, where are you going to prosecute all these people you're saying are illegal aliens, etc., if you don't have those courts to do it?
Well, so when we consider the courts and the people who make arguments in them, Robert, what do you consider the greater threat here in terms of the kind of narratives we are seeing? Is it around the actual judges who interpret the law and hand down decisions, or around what we're seeing when it comes to some of the highest powered law firms that are being targeted by the administration, firms that would be bringing these cases to these judges in the first place?
Well, I think it's both. I think it's what they're doing is they're trying to make a chilling effect on good district judges who are just doing their job. They're saying, we're going to make your life difficult for just doing your job. And that's not the way the Constitution is supposed to work. Regarding attacking these law firms, this is absolutely, really just beyond what should be going on. This is really absurd. And all the law firms are doing, they're taking a position, that's fair enough, but they're presenting it in court. What you're basically doing by attacking these law firms is saying, we don't want you to have a lawyer so that you can have your day in court. We just want to go forward with dictatorial powers and take away all of your resources in pro bono work or even the lawyers you hire, because we're going to attack your lawyers if your lawyers dare to take a stand against our administration and our regime. That's what's going on, and that's just really scary about what this Trump administration wants to do. Once you start attacking people's lawyers, that should tell you that your legal position is bad, and you might want to think about a new legal position. Robert McWhirter, I want to ask you about a couple of the cases that have been identified following the deportations of alleged gang members that brought us, at least in one case here, to a call for a judge to be impeached, remembering that these alleged Venezuelan gang members were put on an airplane under the Alien Enemies Act and sent out of the country. That judge that Kayleigh mentioned called for the plane to be turned around. The White House did not acknowledge that, and it went on to El Salvador. A lot of other flights have gone to El Salvador, including one on Sunday night. The administration not using the Alien Enemies Act, in fact, calling it a counterterrorism operation. Robert, 17 alleged gang members to El Salvador. They were from both El Salvador and Venezuela. And there were a couple of cases that have been called out since then. In one case, a man from Maryland who was deported, according to the administration, because of an administrative error in the U.S. legally. His name, Kilmar Armando Obrego Garcia, you might hear about him. Another professional makeup artist by the name of Henry Jose Hernandez Romero, whose lawyer says that the tattoos that were identified to be gang tattoos, in fact, were tributes to his family. He identifies as gay. Both are said to possibly be in this maximum security prison in El Salvador for no reason. Robert, what happens to them? Well, they could be in great danger. They may have had political asylum or whatever reason. At the very least, the American taxpayers are going to be on the hook for a huge civil judgment. Once they're determined to actually have legal status or even be citizens, the American taxpayer is going to have to pay these judgments out, because this is just a total bungle on the part of the administration. And, let's not forget, they don't say who these folks are. They allege they're Venezuelan gang members. They allege they're part of Tren de Agua, but they don't know. And as I've said before, what's to stop this Trump regime from going in and grabbing me or you and saying to the public, we're part of Tren de Agua,
and sending us down to El Salvador. I at least speak Spanish, but hey, that could be terrible. And what's the mechanism, due process rights, that we should have as American citizens or even as undocumented persons have to actually push back on that and say, hey, I'm not even a member of the gang, much less anything else, or should be actually deported. This is a way of handling immigration law. And by the way, now they're talking about not the Alien Enemies Act, because that's a leaked ground. If you truly are a member of a gang and have a criminal past, you can be deported under the immigration statutes anyway. You put them in deportation proceedings as a process, and you can deport people normally. This is all for show, and a lot of people are going to be hurt and maybe killed, and the American taxpayers ultimately are going to pay out millions of dollars in judgments because of the incompetence of this administration.
Well, Robert, you alluded to there the use of the Alien Enemies Act. There's also a question around the use of the Emergency Economic Powers Act when it comes to tariffs, which was supposed to be a live issue in the Senate today. There was going to be a vote on Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia's resolution to end that emergency declaration when it comes to Canada. Due to the filibustering of Senator Cory Booker, it looks like that may be put off until tomorrow. But that aside, the fundamental question here, Robert, is whether or not this actually is authorized use of this authority for the president, these emergency economic powers, or if it is acting in defiance of the Article 1 constitutional responsibility of Congress to be the one deciding tariff policy.
Oh, I think that's absolutely the situation. It is acting in defiance. The question is whether Congress, and specifically the Republican majority, will get a backbone and start asserting their own authority and prerogatives under Article 1 of the Constitution. The Constitution was designed to have a balance of powers between the branches of government. And what has happened is parties sometimes circumvent that, but this has very much occurred here. And the Congress, under Article 1, are not exercising not only their power, their responsibility to be a check on the president. This idea of using this terrorism narrative, look, there are members of Tren de Agua that need to be deported from this country. Nobody argues that. Nobody argues about the deportation of violent criminals from this country. That's not the issue. Once you start using a terrorism designation, doesn't that kind of weaken actually fighting terrorists? I mean, let's not forget, 9/11 was a real failure of our kind of screening system in immigration law. And that's what these statutes were focused on doing. And then branching this out as a justification for tariffs to create a tariff war and expanding what you believe are your presidential powers is just not what the Constitution allows, and Congress needs to assert its own prerogatives and authority under the Constitution.
Robert, great to have you back. Robert McWhirter with us on Bloomberg TV and radio as we consider the legal side of the Trump administration right now. We'll have a lot more on this.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This is the last pillar of the core protocol. This will boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. You're going to lose weight by taking this. It has 68 nutrients. You can take a look at the label here. You can also look on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and read that label carefully. It has a lot of ingredients in here, really important stuff. Now, Boomer Boost also targets some other systems, like your cardiovascular system, your musculature, and your brain health. So take this every day. You get a big scooper. Take 1 scoop a day. Mix it with soft foods or filtered water, smoothie. Some people mix it with milk. Take it every day, either for your breakfast or for your lunch. And do that every day. And what you will notice is within 72 hours, you're going to have more energy. It's going to be a steady flow of energy throughout the whole day. You're going to sleep better. You're going to have more vitality. You're going to want to move around more. And with that extra energy and that metabolism, sped up metabolism, it's going to help you to want to go and do things. And by moving around, you're going to just improve your overall life. You're going to have more vitality, but you're going to be working out more often. You're going to want to be moving around. Now, if you look at children, let's say a 2-year-old or a puppy, they have lots of ATP and they got to burn it all off, right? They're always running around. This is something similar. You're going to notice that you're going to have much higher levels of energy, and you're just going to have more activity in your life. So you're going to have your lifestyle is going to change in a lot of ways. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this every day. Very important. Now, you can also stack it or you can just take it separately. The heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Now the barleys are heirloom barleys, all right? You can't buy this at Whole Foods or anything like that, all right? This is a very high density, nutritious barley. Now, you get a big scooper in here and you take a half a scoop or a full scoop every day, mix it with soft foods, all right? And take it, it'll help to detoxify your body. It'll bring down inflammation. That's really important for your cardiovascular health and your immune system. And it'll soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. That's the heirloom barley. Now, you get all the benefits of heirloom barley in the gladiator barley, but you get one extra one, and that is it'll help to build strength and muscle. It stacks really well with Myotrol. So if you want to gain muscle, which anyone that's 40 years of age or older should be doing, do resistance training, take the gladiator barley, and for even better gains in strength, take the Myotrol with it. Now, when you're gaining musculature, you're going to help with your overall blood flow. You're going to help improve your posture, especially when you work out your back muscles. You're going to improve your lymphatic system flow, and you're also going to improve that by having a better posture, you're going to improve the flow of your blood from the upper extremities to your lower extremities and back to your heart. All right, really important. People that are older and are slouched, they're actually aging faster because of slouching. All right, so you don't want that. You want to build up those back muscles and improve that posture. Really important. But gladiator barley is going to help you detoxify the body, bring down inflammation, so you're going to recover quicker during a workout. You're going to improve your immune system, and it's going to soak up those free radicals with superoxide dismutase. All right, so you can take the gladiator barley by itself or the heirloom barley by itself. Take a full scooper or half a scooper a day. It's a high density protein, really important. Take it as a meal, all right? But better yet, stack it with Boomer Boost, either the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley with the Boomer Boost. So you take a full scooper or a half a scooper of the barley, either gladiator or heirloom, and a full scooper of Boomer Boost. Mix it with soft foods. Take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. You're going to lose weight. You're going to start seeing the results of the weight loss and the high energy gains, and your metabolism is going to be revved up within 72 hours. Guaranteed. Within 72 hours. You may even feel it faster, but typically it's 72 hours. You're going to start noticing it. But you got to take the Boomer Boost and the barley together, all right? It works best with the gladiator barley with the Boomer Boost to help with the A1C levels. But take it every day, either for your breakfast or lunch every day. You will save money because the cost of a barley container and a Boomer Boost container is cheaper per month than what you're spending for breakfast or for lunch for a month. So you're going to save money, but on top of that, you're going to lose weight. You're going to control your A1C levels. That means that you're going to control your blood glucose levels, and you're going to be improving your cardiovascular health, your brain health. And when you're improving your brain health, you're going to be sleeping better. You're going to be more well-rested. You're going to be detoxifying your body, especially your central nervous system, and you're consolidating memory because you have just better sleep. With better sleep, you're going into REM cycle, and you need 3 cycles of REM sleep to be able to consolidate memory and to detoxify your central nervous system. If you are chronically sleep deprived, you are not detoxifying your central nervous system, and that leads to early onset of dementia. Junk in the central nervous system will damage your neurons. So you don't want that. So take the Boomer Boost, take the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, stack them together. It's going to help you to control your A1C levels. It's going to rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight. You're going to improve your cardiovascular health. You're going to improve your immune system, and you're going to improve your musculature. Really important. Please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost, Get the barley, either Gladiator or Heirloom, and get healthy. Very, very high quality ingredients in this, all right? If you work out on a regular basis, like, you know, and you're kind of like an amateur athlete or you're an athlete, I recommend that you take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator barley together with the Myotrol, and that's going to be your pre or post workout fueling to get the strength, the strength gains that you need and to recover and to build better performance for your sport. I wish this was available when I was doing triathlons. It wasn't available when I was doing my triathlons. But the thing is that please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, get the Gladiator barley or the Heirloom barley, stack them together, really important, and get healthy. I have a longevity box that's called the Longevity Boost Box. You get the Boomer Boost in your choice of Gladiator barley or Heirloom barley, and it's cheaper than buying them separately. Now, you can buy them separately, it's up to you. But I want these in your hand because they actually work. You're going to lose weight. You're going to be able to control your diabetes. You're going to gain muscle. You're going to rev up your metabolism. You're going to help with your brain function. You're going to help with your cardiovascular, and you're going to be helping with your immune system. A lot for just the price of 2 containers, Boomer Boost and the barley. And if you stack it with the other stuff that I've been telling, like the C60, the Max 35 or the Max 14, the lignans, the turmeric, and the ashwagandha, guess what? You're really supercharging your health and you're slowing down this aging process, right? I'm living proof of this. Everything that I've been talking about, I take. Now, not everybody can afford what I do. I understand that. That's the reason why I'm telling you how to stack it to meet your particular price points. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. But please help support my work and get healthy. You can do it. If you follow my direction, you will get healthy. But you got to do it. And it's a holistic approach. There is no magic bullet here. All right? But if you do what I tell you to do, you are going to get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my transmission for the day show. I might be doing a show tonight. I'm not sure yet. But thank you for listening. For the ones that are watching on Rumble, thank you very much. I appreciate it. For the ones that are watching the live stream on YouTube, thank you very much. And I also stream on my website, both versions, the large screen and the telemetry screen of the market on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All the links are in the description of this video. And I do a simulcast on X Spaces. For the ones that are listening on X Spaces, thank you very much. When I do these shows, you can ask for the mic on X Spaces and give me your opinion about the news or ask questions about what is being covered in the actual transmission. It's an interactive show, but thank you for listening and have a nice day. Get healthy. You can do it. All right. Thank you very much. And everyone, be safe.
Mm-hmm.